Time is 8:38 a.m. And so let us take a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America. Indivisible, with liberty and justice.
In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests, from the public, and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them. They are on when the light is blue. I would like to welcome new board member, Michael J. Hauser Sr., Council Member District 10, Cuyahoga County, to the committee. I also like to welcome the following board members who are new to the committee. Aaron Harrison, Medina County Commissioner, as well as Mayor Khalil Sarin of Cleveland Heights. Hey, welcome, Councilmember. Hey.
Thank you for welcoming me. I'm excited to be here and working with all you great folks.
All right. Okay, so now we have the meeting minutes of October 11, 2024 of the External Affairs Committee. If everyone has had a time, if you have, take a moment to look at the minutes, and do we have any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve? So it's been properly moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved. Okay, I'd like to ask the chairs of each of the advisory councils to provide any updates on activities since the last meeting. Let me, I see, I know they're not here. Yep. I don't, so, Tim Snyder? No,
No.
and with my Marvin, no. Okay, so we are going to skip that section because I see it's in the packet. Right, no, but none of them. Oh, yeah, yep. So, the summary can be found in the packet for the Business Advisory Council, as well as, the summary can be found in for the Community Advisory Council. And, for the Rural Advisory Council, the summary is in the packet, as well as for the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council. All right, next we are going to move to public comments. Do we have anyone here signed up for public comments? All right, so next we are going to go to our executive director's report. Is there an executive director's report?
Just very briefly, a couple of things, but I want to make sure that you're all aware that we have digital interactive kiosks. We have displayed them out here in the waiting areas for a couple of weeks, and now we have deployed them out into the community. They're rotating weekly and bi-weekly throughout NOACA's 5 counties in the city of Cleveland. They will be through March 31st. They are scheduled on the website, and they contain information about the TIP, ENEO 2050, and NOACA in general. So this is a great addition to our being able to interact with the public. That is it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we are going to have Danielle, I'm sorry. Hi, Ms. Render, sorry. To focus on the 2025 External Affairs Committee focus area. So Ms. Grace and Danielle. Okay.
Yeah, sure. So good morning. The focus areas are something that we review annually to ensure that this committee is looking at things that can be helpful to NOACA staff, as well as moving forward with the vision of the agency. And with that, I'll turn it over to Danielle Render, who is our Director of Public Affairs, to go over the detail of this item.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to you all. So we are looking for you to approve our calendar year External Affairs Committee focus areas. Previously, we discussed it at the beginning of last year. So just to give you a juxtaposition of what we do at Public Affairs and how it aligns with this External Affairs Committee, we are responsible for setting the context and information to our external, internal audiences about NOACA, all about our mission and having to, have the public understand what we do and how we impact our stakeholders and our partners and the general public. And we are always actively seeking to elevate our presence and mission by connecting to the priorities of the region and as defined with the focus areas that will be presented today. So how we align with the External Affairs Committee, the External Affairs Committee has a charter and it speaks to assisting NOACA with relationships with various government agency, subdivisions of media and the general public to bring awareness about the work that we do and advocacy approaches. The goals outlined in the charter speaks to ensuring the efficient and effective development and implementation of these efforts and outreach efforts that we do, and also to ensure that we address all the core missions of the areas of transportation, air quality, water quality, and be equitable throughout all the communities that we serve. So the proposed areas that I'll speak to recommended are similar to what we had in 2024, as the mission remains consistent with concentrating on the communication, outreach, policy education, and advocacy initiatives. We do have an ongoing key focus, which is our long-range plan, the ENEO 2050, and also enhancing outreach and building capacity and consensus with our stakeholders and general public. So the External Affairs Committee priorities for 2025 really speaks to advocacy and marketing for our climate and clean energy investments, including the electric vehicle charging stations, no idling policies, and focus group planning around that and these topics, engaging the emerging leaders advisory councils, the advocacy and outreach for federal, state, and local priorities with focus on the IIJA, brand identity and content marketing, and communication and messaging. It really talks about the work that we do, the case studies, looking at cause-driven impact stories, bringing public awareness through all the work that we do. We do have digital marketing tools as podcasts and social media, and really building the analytics to see how well we're doing to create these messages. We're also looking to advance participation for the development of a climate pollution reduction planning and outputs there, elevating the program and outreach for our van pool, workforce accessibility and mobility tool, and Go Ohio Commute, and as well as develop county Pacific engagement activities, again, with our ENEO 2050 and our transportation improvement program to update the residents of all of the important equity, transportation, and environmental outreach and topics that we do. Create a structured messaging platform to alert community on all of the work that we do that are part of regional issues. And a lot of that information is centric to our website and other platforms. And we do have on here co-lead. This is not just a public affairs effort. It is an agency-wide effort, but it does show some of the leads that are on here that are helping public affairs. We also have a few more, and is building stakeholder partnerships through our community affairs function. and producing 4 speaker forums to build awareness and advocacy. The External Affairs Committee last year did approve 4 focus areas that we will begin having these forums in March of this year. And also translating a lot of our materials to Spanish and other languages on our website and print materials as we advance our public participation efforts. And I wanted to talk to you just briefly a little bit about some of the public affairs strategies on how we are able to achieve that. Defining the narrative is one, and advancing our mission and our goals with aligning with our values. So a lot of the work that we do on content development, marketing, and communication is done. Target and strategic influencers as yourself to identify and just build capacity with our stakeholders. We also look at data. We love data. We collect the data formally and informally to really identify with the messaging and seeing that if it's aligning with what the regional concerns are and if we're doing well, and trying to just look at what we need to do to improve to make sure that we are equitable in what we're putting out. And there's also communicate with our constituents directly. There's a lot of own place, paid media, social media, and online platforms. So we call it our digital marketing and focus group areas that we use, as well as maintain a field effort. So this is really the advocacy efforts, our partnerships, and all the community fairs and outreach work that we do. And we do that internally to what we call our CSR, or customer service relationship, because we are essential to anything that comes into the agency is resolving issues and creating opportunities, public information requests that comes through. We are the central division that takes all of this information and makes sure we're deploying it. The other is the public engagement campaigns and our marketing approaches, as well as our media relations and communication messaging. And so we divide it in communication and messaging on our outreach when we talk about purpose and message, focus groups, and delivery platforms. These are 2 different disciplines. So the communications is always really related to who really knows us and our stakeholders and building awareness. But when we talk about 2.1 million residents that we impact, we really need to look at the branding. And so we talk a lot about the branding and trying to attract more participation to the work that we do. And so this is a dual cohesive role that we do for our messaging and outreach. And this just gives you a glimpse on the type of work that we do. We have a internal workflow system called SpiceWorks, where internally staff will ask for support. And the support is what the work that they do and how do we communicate these messages to the public at large. We have what we call director to director work, staff task directed to specifically to public affairs for supporting that work. We have emails and compliance issue, public information requests. So it's a total of 1139 for 2024. In fiscal year 2025, we're in 3rd quarter and we already have reached 85% of that. We have 968 requests. And so it's just a lot of information that comes through public affairs and the work that we do to deploy messages. And some of it, when we talk about our brand awareness, we do have a new logo. I think that you all are now familiar with it. And so we're still building that. We're still trying to create a presence where people will recognize NOACA with the messages that we are creating and deploying. And these are some of the brand type images that we use. And so all of this is part of our what we call campaign marketing drivers. So our social media and video platforms. For our long range plan, we have discussion platforms, we have videos and project videos and clips that we're always posting on our digital platform. We do have a podcast that has been centric to the ENEO 2050. And if you didn't know that, we are updating our 4-year of our ENEO 2050 plan that was adopted in 2021. So you'll see more information coming out on a podcast, as well as our climate action planning. We have collateral material that has cohesive branding messages. And Director Colucci talked about the travel and displays that we have in the libraries. We have dates up until March 31st, but we would be deploying them until the end of June in this fiscal year. We do offer lunch and learns for our long-range plan and for our climate action planning. And then we've introduced now radio ads. This has really helped us, and it's been showing a great return on investment. Evergreen Message is just really about who NOACA is and very program related to work that we're doing. We've introduced billboards, our event calendars. We have several websites. We have a central website, but we have redirected sites to really start talking about the projects that we have, the ENEO 2050 and crowd gauging for Irish Town Bend. And so we have tools for engagements for audience to reach out and to ask questions. And then, of course, we have marketing assets when we go out and deliver messages. We have created a brand messaging and strategies around that. So just to give you some ideas in 2024, some of the campaigns we have for public feedback, we have a platform called Mind Mixer. We've used it for long range plan and climate action planning, where we've allowed the community to ask questions and build questions, and they would vote on that. And so it helps with the decision making, which is part of our public participation plan, which is a federal requirement. And this is one of the videos that we've used in our social media. It'll give you some idea of what we're communicating. Another campaign that we had is our Commuter Choice Awards, and we've worked with a local television station that developed a video, which is the YouTube clip here that you can watch at a later time. And look at, like, Rethinking Your Route was the campaign for last year. We'll have a new campaign this year, and it was very successful. In this last board meeting, we had 5 winners that were recognized. And we also have what we call our Carbon Free Challenge that is offered in April, May, August, and in October. And so this has been very successful when we talk about air quality and our Go Ohio Commute platform. And this is another video that WKYC did for us. And other campaigns include Air Quality Week, Bike Week, Earth Day. And we had messages across the platform throughout that month, but particularly for that week, just telling a story and connected to the work that NOACA does, as well as a campaign on Safety Awareness Week, Share the Road, and Pedestrian Safety Month are some other ones that we've put out. So we've had tremendous success with the use of just traditional, non-traditional methods, specifically with the television, radio, and billboard media approaches, which were new for us. Our digital platform analytics boasts over 71% increase. And our impressions across all the platforms combined was over 200%. We had more than 5.8 impressions by July of 2024. We've had some peak campaigns that we've had 57% where those who are clicking are going directly to our website, learning more about specific projects that we have. So we are definitely increasing our visitors' participation and just the visibility of NOACA itself. And because that we've increased our number of posts by 36%, so we're up by 64%. So just the shift with the messaging, not just project related, but just who NOACA is, has helped us too. So we've had a record number of 152 media calls just last fiscal year. So this new brand image awareness and is central to the content marketing and messages. We've been able to gain more followers and subscribers. We've had more than 22,000 subscribers as of fiscal year 2024. And just to give you another peek, if you haven't seen, these are the billboards that we did. The first one was really introducing our logo and talking about NOACA. So we had cohesive messages that were throughout our platforms. And the second one was a search engine campaign that really spoke to, these are the things that you could find out about NOACA. And here are some other ones that are there. So I just wanted to give you, not to speak to the focus areas, but giving you an understanding of some of the work that we've done in 2024. And it would be very similar for this calendar year. So our next steps based on the External Affairs Committee input, what NOACA would like to continue implementing a lot of the work products that were discussed and identified within the focus areas. And so we are asking for approval of this calendar year's External Affairs Committee focus area.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, Mayor.
Thank you. That was great. I'm wondering, you mentioned WKYC, working with WKYC on some of the video production. Just, do you work with any other firms or have any in-house as well?
Yes, we have. We've actually worked with Outfront Media, Lamar Media for the billboards. We've worked with WJW as well as WKYC and Odyssey Radio. And so we don't just single any of them out. We do build sponsorships across all the platforms. So we've worked with not just one outlet.
Any other? Oh, go ahead.
Do you have any impression whatsoever when it comes to the variety of social media outlets that you use, which of those is more or less effective in reaching the people you want to?
Yeah, actually, Twitter has been most effective. We do demographics and analysis in the background. We find a more seasoned crowd with Facebook, but we're seeing a slight decline. But we do use Facebook. LinkedIn, we've used more, especially when we're talking about funding, investments, and business. And so in 2023 to 2024, I think it dropped about 4%, but we're up probably about a little under 10% right now. So that's been impactful. It's really based on the content and the messaging. We do niche audience and target segmentations specifically for the projects and programs that we're going to be in. If it's a project in Geauga, we're going to look at ways in Geauga. If it's in Cuyahoga, we're going to look at ways of targeting, but we'll still globally send information out, but we may do a little bit more based on the intentional messaging.
Next, Debbie.
Thank you. One of the focus areas is engaging the Emerging Leaders Council. Could you
Yes.
just talk a little bit about some of the things that are happening in that area?
Yes. Grace, do you want me to speak or would you like to speak on that?
Well, we can start with the Emerging Leaders Council was created a few years ago to ensure that we were engaging people who were likely to become the future leaders. And we feel that we have combined the ELAC, the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council, with the BACHEC and RAC so that they're all at the same time, but we still would like to do something unique for the ELAC. We're not sure what that is.
I guess I just given all this outreach we're doing in the community, which I think is positive, it makes sense that get that group engaged in that and to, again, maybe reach even further into that young leader demographic and get them on board and,
That's the objective.
ambassadors and everything. So just curious in the future then kind of where.
And we'll, accept any suggestions from this group or, I know, Ms. Addison was unable to join us. I think she's, trying to see the leader of the. Yeah, oh, Marvin. Yeah, Marvin was unable to join us today. But they are part of, each of those, chairs are part of the, External Affairs Advisory Committee. And so maybe that will give us some opportunity to join them in the conversation with you all.
Great, thanks.
Callie?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Just piggybacking on Debbie's questions, I think for the Emerging Leaders Council, having some really defined areas where their contributions will make an impact or difference will be very important. I know that maybe attendance or engagement has been a struggle, but that sort of efficacy of their participation, I think will be very meaningful. And then a question, I'm interested in understanding more the sort of cost effectiveness of the different modes and if you've compared investment in billboards, radio ads, social media, those types of things to the impressions and what the insights coming from that are.
That's a good question. So for us, we really need to see the impact of each one. And so we do incremental type campaigns. And so it would be easy to ask for hundreds and thousands of dollars for a whole year and just say we're going to use it. We don't do that. We really look at being intentional and where the messages are going to go. So we are very well, and as far as me asking specifically, where is this going to run, how long it's going to run, and be intentional of what that cost is going to be. And we do it per campaign. And so that's one of the cost-effective approaches that we've had. Instead of just globally just having a contract with an outlet, we want to really make sure that it works. And so we've been able to incrementally see how well it's been working. So that's one of the cost-effective measures.
Thanks. Are there any insights about which avenues yield the most impressions per dollar or anything like that?
I don't have it in front of me, but I could share, but there are some, yes.
Okay.
And even from the outreach of communities and where the most hits are, where they're shared, the clicking, going to the website, that from our Google Analytics has been very helpful, but I'll be happy to share that.
Thank you. And my last question is, what was the, I guess, amount of investment in 2024 for the marketing and communications work?
I didn't hear your last part. I'm sorry.
I'm wondering what the budget was in 2024 for the promotions and marketing and communications.
It was a little under 50,000. It was 48,950 around there.
Great. Thank you.
Mhm.
Do we have any other questions? Yes.
Yes, through the chair. Question about the Emerging Leaders Council. I see for the December 6th meeting, there are 11 sets of meeting minutes that need to be approved. I don't know if they're able to create a quorum or in the future have this quorum and then just to have the chair of that speak to us. I don't know if that is really a good thing until that council gets rolling again. So I just, any comments you may have there, Grace?
Yes, it has been difficult to get a quorum, not just for the emerging leaders, but also for the BACAC and RAC. And so we have had difficulty engaging folks. Some of it has to do with logistics, which may be helped now with the legislation that allows virtual meetings. We had much better participation when we were allowed to have virtual meetings during the pandemic and shortly thereafter. So logistically, it's been very tough to get folks together. We hope that that will change with this new legislation. And we will work to engage them more. We have done a couple of things differently this year to try and engage them and get them to attend in terms of developing a quorum, and that's to change the time. So their time was early in the morning, and now it is at noon or around lunchtime, and lunch would be served. So we think that that would be a way to get them here in a little bit more of a, I guess, a hook to get them here.
Any other questions? Sir? Thank you. Oh, yes. Can I have a motion to approve our calendar year 2025 External Affairs Committee focus area? Okay. All right. It's been, all those in favor? All those opposed? All right, the motion is approved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Danielle. Next, we have our government affairs updates. Grace?
Yes, it has been an interesting week, to say nonetheless, for federal funding and federal activity. So we have had executive orders, we've had funding freezes, we've had reversals, and that's only this week. We have lots of other activities that we have been preparing for, and I will turn it over to Bev Bertzloff, who is our Associate Director of Government Affairs, to go into the detail of what is happening both in Columbus and in Washington, and go through a document that will help us better be prepared for interaction with those levels of government.
Thanks, Grace. Good morning to all of you and welcome, especially to the new members of the committee. I'm Bev Bertzloff and I am Associate Director of Government Affairs here at NOACA. There's no action requested today. This is for information and discussion and no previous action. And before I jump into this, especially for the new members, I just want to explain that our government affairs program really just seeks to raise awareness about NOACA's mission, its vision, its priorities, the long-range plan, to help implement that long-range plan, and to communicate with elected officials at the federal, state, and local levels, and county and local levels. And also we work a lot on seeking funding to help fund the programs that NOACA, through all the various grant programs, to fund NOACA programs. We look to this committee really for two things: to provide input into our legislative agenda and our messaging, help shape that agenda. And also we look to this committee to help us carry our messaging forward out into the communities in which you work, into your spheres of influence. So just keep that in mind as we go through this today. These documents that we create every year and update, these can be guides that you can use and take with you as you go out into meetings and meet with elected officials at other levels of government. So just as a quick review, this is our legislative agenda for 2025. You all provided some input into that last year when we were updating it. The board adopted this at its December meeting with some updates. And I want to point out that BACCAC, RAC, and ELAC, those advisory councils that report to this committee, they provided a lot of input into the updates that we did this year. So they were very helpful in that regard. So this document, though, is really a high-level statement of the priorities of NOACA. Now, for this year, for 2025's document, on the federal side, there was only really one minor update that we did to elevate support for the bike ped funding. It was sort of inherent, but we just wanted to call it out a little more specifically. And this document was in your packet. And again, this is all just review because this legislative agenda has already been adopted by the board. On the state side, you may recall we did make some updates. On state priority number 1, to improve the region's rate of return from state allocated funds, there was no change on that one. But on state priority number 2, we say advocate for the inclusion of multimodal transportation within state programs and funding. And we added new language to emphasize that public transit should be funded in a manner that reflects and enhances local and regional investments. And I think we talked about that at maybe our last meeting, but the point of that is that, you know, when we ask the legislature to fund public transit, we want to make sure that they are rewarding our region for the fact that we tax ourselves in some areas. So we think we should be rewarded for that. So if you bring everyone up to the same level that we're at, but you don't take into account that we have invested a great deal locally in our public transit system, then that is disadvantaging this region. And as I talk today, I try to make this really informal, so feel free to interrupt me if you have any questions or comments. Also on the state side on our legislative agenda, again, just review, we added NOACA supports the creation of a dedicated long-term source of transit funding. NOACA also advocates for increased funding for passenger rail, bicycle, pedestrian, other forms of multimodal transportation facilities and operating assistance. And then we added a brand new priority on the state side of our priorities. Number 3, advocate for state transportation programs, policies, and funding that will improve transportation safety, air and water quality, climate pollution reduction and resilience, and economic development opportunities. So again, that's all just review of what we did with our new 2025 federal and state legislative agenda. So now what I want to turn to is, and for those of you that are new, I'll explain, in addition to the legislative agenda, that high-level document, we also have a companion document that goes with it. This document provides more detail on specific actions that we'll be pursuing to implement that legislative agenda. This document doesn't require formal board adoption, but we do seek ongoing input from this committee and those councils, BACCAC, RAC, and ELAC. This is a more fluid document, so we can update this throughout the year, so it can be responsive to changing agendas and timelines. If we see that Congress is taking up a certain piece of legislation or the State House that maybe we hadn't anticipated, and we want to make sure we're addressing that, we can update our initiatives for action document to reflect our input on their agendas. So now it's time to update this initiatives for action document. Like I said, we've updated the legislative agenda. Now we want to update the initiatives for action documents. So I'm going to go through this document. It was included in your packet. We sent you both the 2024 document and the 2025 document. Not a lot of change, but there's just a few things. I'll try to go through this quickly, but stop me if you have questions on anything. And I'll try to just point out where there are changes between the 2024 and the 2025 documents. We updated the header to reflect the situation that we're in now, that the IIJA is now starting to near the end of its life. It is the federal authorizing law for all of our transportation programs through 2026, or September 2026. So we will continue to work with federal officials to maximize the funding opportunities through that law. And then we will work to shape the next surface transportation reauthorization and support proposals, initiatives consistent with our legislative agenda and long-range plan. So starting on the federal side of the document, again, it's a two-sided document. We try to keep it to a one-page. So one side is federal, one side is state. And this is something you can use in your discussions with elected officials at the state and federal level. So on the state side, the first two recommendations really haven't changed. Continue to coordinate a regional approach to maximize the impact of IIJA transportation funding. I'll talk more about that later in the presentation, but we're doing that. Ask Congress to stabilize and grow the Highway Trust Fund and encourage the search for new revenue sources. That's a long-term priority for this agency. Encourage federal support for making Greater Cleveland a significant hub on the national passenger rail network. I'll talk more about that too later in the presentation. Oops. Building on the IIJA authority, urge US DOT to adequately fund the Net Council to support Hyperloop and projects like the Great Lakes Hyperloop. Moving on, support federal actions that support economic development and environmental stewardship in the Great Lakes mega region. Here we did add some language to, so we say support implementation of the new Great Lakes Authority that was created by Congress in the last Congress. And also the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative is a law that has been, it's up for reauthorization right now by Congressman Dave Joyce and Marcy Kaptur. So we will be supporting their efforts to reauthorize that law. Next, maximize funding opportunities through the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, to pursue regional climate pollution goals. And we've been doing that over the last couple of years since it was enacted. Pursue initiatives and funding to implement NOACA's comprehensive economic development strategy. And that really hasn't changed. That's something that we've been doing. We've been supporting our communities and also the private sector when they apply for funding through the EDA, the Economic Development Administration, because NOACA has the strategy, the comprehensive economic development strategy that was approved by the EDA, where we're coordinating economic development for the region. So more changes on the state side. So moving to the state side of the document. The header was changed to reference the fact that in early 25, actually very shortly in the next week or so, the Ohio Governor and General Assembly will consider and enact the 2026-2027 biennial transportation budget for Ohio. So NOACA will be active in advocating for policies and funding that enhance our multimodal transportation network, increase transportation options, and improve transportation safety. So on the state side, first one is opposed suspension of Ohio's 2019 gas tax increase. That one stays the same. We supported that increase when the Governor DeWine proposed it, and it was enacted in 2019. We continue to support it and oppose efforts to roll that back. We will support efforts to improve the state's ability to adequately fund Ohio's transportation system. Next, advocate for increased and predictable funding for transit in Ohio. We really, on that one, we just added that word predictable. And we talk about how we support a dedicated long-term source for transportation funding. Transit agencies need to know that their funding is secure. They need to be able to look out over the next few years and know what their funding levels will be at the state level. And so we would like to see a more secure, stable, long-term source of funding that they can depend on. Next, advocate for an equitable return of state transportation dollars to Northeast Ohio. This is really unchanged from last year. We believe that our region gets somewhat shortchanged. We've done these analyses that show that the 5 counties of Northeast Ohio put more money into the state gas tax than we get back. We consistently advocate for correcting that inequity. Next, support efforts to remediate contamination and protect air and water quality. Here we've added language to say we'll support legislation to revitalize the Clean Ohio Fund. It was used to exist at the state level. It has expired, and there's legislation now to revitalize that program to create a long-term dedicated source of funding for brownfields cleanup and redevelopment. And then support proposals to increase transportation safety and reduce distracted driving. Here, we've added a little language on to the right there, where we're working to focus on transportation safety with an emphasis on messaging and legislation aimed at reducing distracted driving, safe speed limits, and improved network design. So these are some of the things that we're, and I'll talk a little more about transportation safety in a moment. And encourage comprehensive and equitable maintenance of the national highway system routes in Ohio. This is a little wonky, but what this speaks to is the fact that ODOT receives funding for all the roadways in the national highway system in Ohio. However, they only maintain national highway system routes outside of municipalities, with the exception of the interstate highways. And we consistently advocate for the state to take on more of that burden, to reduce the maintenance burden that local communities face. And finally, encourage, these are the last two, so bear with me. Encourage state support for passenger rail improvement and expansion in Ohio. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment, but we did add that language over to the right saying that we support extension of the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad from its current terminus in Independence north up to Cleveland. So that is something that we'll be working on with our advocacy program. So finally, support established processes and NOACA policy for interstate highway system interchanges. And I'll talk a lot more about that in a minute, but this is a new one that we've just added this year because this has been a big focus of our government affairs program over the last year. So this one is brand new for 2025. So those are the federal and state initiatives that we're proposing. We included the drafts in your packet. Feel free, stop me now, or we can talk later if you have any suggestions or questions. If not, I'll just move on and there'll be time later too for discussion. So I want to start out by talking about the IIJA regional strategy. Most of you know what it is, but for the new members, NOACA, when the IIJA was enacted into law, and it included all these new discretionary grant programs, many of which never existed before, and it was a lot of new funding opportunities. We decided to create a strategy that would help our region better compete for those dollars. It would help coordinate efforts among all the communities in Northeast Ohio, make sure we're not stepping on each other, competing against each other for the same pots of funding. And we created this strategy. It's really, it looks like a giant spreadsheet, and it shows by year every grant opportunity. And then we coordinate with communities to see who's going to go after each one of those opportunities to make sure we're leaving no stone unturned. We're going after all that money to try to bring in as much as possible to Northeast Ohio. And I think so far we can say it has been successful. Since March of 2023, 39 applications were submitted through the strategy. Those were supported by NOACA. 16 were awarded, 23 not awarded, and funds awarded are almost $215 million. And I want to remind you, we've gotten lots of additional grant funding outside of this amount and these numbers. This is just programs that we included in our strategy. And that success rate is about a 40% success rate, which based on some sort of searching I've been doing, it looks like the national average is more like 20 to 25% success. Some of that's anecdotal, and I'm still looking for some concrete data, but when you submit an application, that is, the odds are not great because there's so much competition. So we feel like this is a pretty good success rate for our region. We recently, just a couple weeks ago, hosted a workshop on January 15th. It was a virtual event to look toward the last 2 years of the strategy, 2025, 2026, and look at those funding opportunities that are still out there, that are still open. There are many that we don't have a community slotted for to apply. So we urge you to check our strategy. Again, there are many opportunities available. We would encourage you to go to NOACA's new funding resources website that we recently created. The QR code here will take you there, or you can navigate there on our webpage, our website. But this new webpage for funding opportunities has links. It will link you directly to our strategy where you can look and see where there are funding opportunities on the strategy for which we do not have another community applying. So it's open. You can also look for other federal, state, and NOACA funding opportunities on this webpage. So we've tried to organize it in a helpful way. So feel free to check it frequently. You know, new funding opportunities open every week, and we try to add any new funding opportunities that we see that in any way relate to NOACA's mission. We don't put all federal funding or state funding opportunities on there, but just funding opportunities that relate to transportation, environment, economic development, climate, the things that we work on here. Just noting some recent federal grant awards that we received for our region. Some of those are pretty exciting. Just also want to mention that we strongly supported reauthorization of the Economic Development Administration. That agency had gone for 20 years without being reauthorized. It's within the U.S. Department of Commerce. We supported efforts to reauthorize it, make some changes, increase some funding, and we did outreach to our congressional delegation. So the reauthorization did occur in the last Congress. This will help NOACA to implement its comprehensive economic development strategy for job creation, workforce development, and overall competitiveness. Just want to point out here that obviously there are a lot of changes coming. We have a new administration in Washington. Sean Duffy was just confirmed as our new Secretary of Transportation. Lee Zeldin has been confirmed as the new EPA administrator. And we're watching appointments at some of the other agencies that fall within those departments. So the Federal Highway Administration, Federal Transit Administration, Federal Railroad Administration, and other agencies. And we'll keep the committee and the board updated on some of the changing policies and priorities of this new administration and this new Congress. It's fair to say there's just been a lot of change, as Grace referenced, a lot of change recently. We have, again, a new administration. We have a new Senate majority in Washington. We have 2 new U.S. senators. We have changes at the State House in terms of leadership. So a lot to keep up with lately. There have been some administration directives that have that we've been closely following. One was an executive order signed by President Trump unleashing American energy. It mandates a 90-day freeze on certain IIJA, the infrastructure law, and IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, disbursements. It particularly seems to be focused on like EV programs for electric vehicles and climate programs. So we're still monitoring this, watching this, trying to figure out exactly what it means and exactly what the scope is, what programs or funding may be affected. There was another executive order that the president signed, ending illegal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunity, which calls for terminating federal DEI initiatives. So that's another one that we're watching closely and trying to learn more about. There was an OMB memo earlier this week that paused all federal grant funding, and that did cause a lot of concern. That has since been rescinded. And then, in addition to those executive orders from the president, each agency was asked to put out their own directives to implement those executive orders. U.S. DOT Secretary Duffy has issued memos and notices of proposed rulemaking to do a number of things. I've just summarized them here, but to rescind policies, programs, and funding for climate and environmental justice, to rescind DEI and Justice 40 initiatives, revoke the previous administration's climate, environmental justice, and equity orders, including the greenhouse gas performance rule, and prioritize economic efficiency over social and environmental concerns. So again, we're still waiting on more specifics, more details on all of these things, but we are monitoring them closely. Much remains uncertain at this point, and we're not able to give a lot of specific answers when communities are asking us, what does this mean? Many of these directives will require legislative, regulatory, or judicial action. We're monitoring these closely in coordination with our national organizations that we work through, AMPO, APTA, NARC, and AASHTO. We may delay, I should say, some of these orders may delay capital projects and reimbursements. We just don't know yet. And it actually will modify grant programs. We've already seen that happen. The federal grant program known as RAISE over the last 4 years, they've changed the name of that now back to BUILD, which is what it was called during the last Trump administration. And they really changed all the criteria for that grant program. So we're seeing those changes starting to happen already, and we're trying to stay on top of all that. We are planning to do our annual Capitol Hill Day in Washington sometime this spring. Every year, we go to the Hill, our government affairs team with Grace, and our board president may be joining us this year. And so we're looking to schedule that. We'll meet with our State House delegation. With our congressional delegation, members of the House, and then with our 2 brand new senators, hopefully. Now turning to the state side for just a moment, we continue to try to meet with all of our State House legislators. We started a really successful initiative to try to have one-on-one meetings with as many of our state legislators as possible. And we have a fairly large delegation. But we started that last year in 2024. I should recognize Andrew Bean. Andrew is back here. He has worked diligently he's with our government affairs team, works with me, and he has worked diligently to get these meetings scheduled and move this forward. So we've had really positive meetings one-on-one meetings with our legislators. And these have been really helpful because when you sit down one-on-one, you can really have more of an in-depth discussion and build those relationships so they know who we are as NOACA and what our priorities are. So it's been great. And we're trying to schedule additional meetings with those that we haven't met with yet and with some of the new members. And speaking of meetings with our State House delegation, we have scheduled our 2025 annual meet and greet that we have every year here at NOACA with our State House delegation. It's usually, and again, it's directly preceding our March board meeting. So this year it's March 14th. So the board meeting starts at 9. So this will occur from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock here at NOACA in the old boardroom in the back. And we invite our State House delegation and all of our board members. So I think you received a calendar invite earlier this week, but it's a great opportunity to come and mingle and talk informally with our legislators about transportation, infrastructure, and anything else you want to talk about. Touching on passenger rail advocacy. So we continue to promote passenger rail initiatives. This initiative is both a federal and state initiative because we're pursuing this at the federal level with the Federal Railroad Administration and funding, but we're also pursuing this at the state level. As many of you know, the state of Ohio received funding to do initial studies on several rail corridors in Ohio. That would be new corridors that don't currently exist. 2 of those corridors would come through Cleveland or touch Cleveland. One of those is the so-called 3C and D corridor, which is Cleveland, Columbus, Dayton, Cincinnati. And the other is Cleveland to Toledo to Detroit. So the state received funding to do some initial scoping on those 2 corridors to decide whether or not it makes sense to move further into feasibility planning and development. So we're watching what the state will do with these studies and encouraging them to take these 2 corridors to the next level and move forward to develop them. We will be participating in something that's being called Passenger Rail Day of Advocacy on March 5th at the State House in Columbus with a statewide group called All Aboard Ohio. And again, we will be working to support the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad extension up to Cleveland. There was a presentation at last week's board meeting about this project and a study that was just completed. So we'll be working to advance that as well. Just want to mention that on last month, December 3, NOACA hosted, we do something annually called our NOACA Transportation Day. We try to do it each year. It got sidelined a little bit during COVID years. It's for mayors and county elected officials. This year we decided to make our theme safety. So we sort of co-titled this a safety summit. And it was a great event. We focused on proven strategies that communities can use to improve safety in their communities, funding opportunities for safety programs, and advocacy for safer streets. This was over at Tri-C, and I know some of you were in attendance, and one of our speakers is here, actually. So these are some of the speakers we had. We had ODOT's safety team, Kate Harley and Brent Bogard from Central Office in Columbus, Angie Schmidt, who's a local author and planner, and she's a member of our ELAC Council, Rebecca Byrne from the Medina County Sheriff's Office, Tina Washkowitz I think I'm saying that right, from Dublin, Ohio, and who's kind of headed up their safety program for years and had a lot of good insight. Actually, Debbie Berry, who's here today, had steered her to her and suggested that she would be a good speaker, and she definitely was. Steve Peganoff with GCRTA spoke about safety from the perspective of transit riders, and Jenna Thomas with Bike Cleveland. We also had we had a great panel with Cleveland Mayor Justin Bibb, our very own Cleveland Heights Mayor, Khalil Sarin. Thank you. And Lorain County Public Health Department's Kat Bray, who's headed up transportation safety in Lorain County. All 3 of those speakers for this panel were chosen because they've each gotten a couple grants now through a grant program in the IIJA called Safe Streets for All. So they've really been successful at getting some of that money to do planning and demonstration projects to move safety plans forward in their communities. So it was very informative, and we got a lot of good insight. We also had some NOACA staff that presented, our very own Sam Schweikert, Kessa Turnbull, and Rob Olhorn. So let's see. Yeah. So we will continue to advocate for legislative proposals and funding to improve transportation safety. We're working with a statewide sort of grassroots organization, Ohioans for Safe Streets, which is headed up by Angie Schmidt, a member of our ELAC. And they are doing a lot of research, looking at experts from all over the country to see what has worked in other parts of the country and other states and regions, to see how we can address continuing high rates of crashes in this region and everywhere, to be honest. And our policy committee that's coming up later this morning, they're meeting, and they will consider some next steps for NOACA for our continued collaboration with local communities on transportation safety. Just want to touch on this issue of the interchange policy. I'm sure most of you are aware by now that there's been an ongoing issue about whether or not there should be a new interchange added to I-71 at Boston Road, which is basically the county line between Medina County and Cuyahoga County. Language was inserted into the last transportation budget, the 2024-2025 transportation budget, that requires interstates to be built based on this formula. The formula only applies to one place in the state, which is that location on I-71. This requirement in a state, putting this requirement in a state law essentially violates federal and state law with regard to how interchanges are placed or modified on the interstate highway system. It also ignores the established role of an MPO. In many respects, MPOs were created in the 1960s to bring local officials from a region together to make these kinds of collective decisions together around the table like we do here at NOACA. So it really bypasses the role and responsibility of an MPO like NOACA. So repeal legislation was introduced by Medina County legislators in the State House because officials from Medina County and the city of Brunswick are opposed to having this interchange created at this location. Legislators had introduced legislation. We had supported it. We testified no less than 8 times in the last General Assembly, and Grace and I made a lot of trips down to Columbus to testify for legislation to repeal this interchange requirement. Unfortunately, it got very close. It passed the full Senate, and it was reported unanimously out of a House committee. So all that was left was for it to be approved on the House floor, and there was hope at the very final days in the lame duck session of the 135th General Assembly back in December, but in the end, it did not get approved. So those bills have been reintroduced in this new General Assembly, SB 31 and House Bill 9. They're identical to the bills that were pending in the last General Assembly. Both of these bills repeal the interchange requirement, and they require a NOACA ODOT study of traffic issues in the I-71 corridor and sub-area. NOACA will closely monitor and continue to support those bills. And as I think Grace referenced earlier, there is a new law in the books that was passed in the last General Assembly. House Bill 257 was approved and signed by Governor DeWine. It authorizes virtual meetings for certain public bodies, which does include MPOs, but it does contain numerous restrictions, stipulations that have to be followed in order for it to be used. Our statewide organization of MPOs, the Ohio Association of Regional Councils, pushed very hard for this to be enacted. So the bottom line is, again, any organization using this new authority for virtual meetings would have to adopt a formal policy and meet numerous requirements and restrictions. We're waiting on OARC to help develop a template for interested MPOs that we could follow. But in the meantime, this issue will be referred to NOACA's governance committee, and they can start to talk about whether or not they would like to see NOACA take advantage of this new authority. So that's the end of my very long presentation. Sorry, had a lot to cover today, but looking for any input or questions. I'm happy to answer any.
Bev, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Definitely a lot that is going on and happening. And just opening it up to, to the committee. Does anyone have any thoughts, impressions?
Bev, thanks. It seems that the public at the last meeting came out for the Boston Road interchange saying that they don't want us to do the study, but to repeal it, they're asking for the study. I guess I don't want to have the people who want the interchange to use that as an excuse to say, oh, we're waiting for that study before we make a decision. So it looks like we're kind of stuck there. And I guess I don't know how we feel about that. Being the, public outcry is so great on that interchange. So I guess we should hope for the to pass the 136 at some point. Because I agree, it should not happen with just for one interchange. It should be a vetting process. So, but is the point of the study just to look at alternatives to that?
The point of the study is to do a comprehensive study on solutions to the traffic issue, the congestion. And so previous studies have focused more on an interchange. This would focus on all alternatives, including an interchange or including interchanges at other locations. So it is much more comprehensive. There's never been a comprehensive study of this nature before. Again, all the studies previously have not been comprehensive.
Nice to get all that money back from the previous studies. It sounds like there's been many. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Okay. Well, thank you so much, Bev. We really, really appreciate it.
Thanks. And if everyone's, feeling comfortable with our initiatives for action, we'll take the draft stamp off of there and start to use that. Feel free to reach out to us if you ever want more information. If you have meetings coming up with legislators and you want to, kind of help carry our message, we really welcome your help with that. And this document is for your use as well as ours. So thank you.
Yes, Bev. And so, yes, you can take the draft stamp off. It's official.
Thank you.
Thank you. As we are rounding out, are there any reports, updates that individuals would like to offer as we are coming to a conclusion? Is there any old business? Any new business? Just want to remind people, good to see everybody this morning. Our next meeting will be on Friday, April 11th. Calendar invites have already been sent out. And can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right. Second. All those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Have a great weekend, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
I miss up anything. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings in accordance to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on the top of them. They are on when the light is blue. I'd like to welcome the following new board members to the committee. Commissioner Morris W. Beveridge III from Lake County. Don't know if he's here. Okay,
Commissioner Regovich is filling in for him.
thank you. Paul Magovic, Service Director from the City of Brunswick. Thank you for joining us. David Guthiel, I never say it right. Guthiel. I say it. Linda.
His alternate Linda is
Alternate.
here.
Gutile, thank you. Interim President and CEO of the Cleveland Cuyahoga Port Authority, so his alternate is here, Linda Sternheimer, thank you. Marka Fields, Interim Director, Cleveland City Planning Commission, morning. Walter Skip Claypool, alternate for Commissioner Ralph Spitaleri. Don't see.
He's not with us
not with
today.
us today. Okay. I would also like to welcome Commissioner Aaron Harrison, who is new to this committee, which I don't see either. Okay. Okay, minutes of the October 11th, 2024 meeting. Any corrections or additions? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve? Mayor Thomas, a second? Thomas Patrick, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion is approved. Subcommittee updates. Economic Development Subcommittee. Commissioner Harrison is not here, but I believe the meeting summary can be found in the packet. Equity Subcommittee, Mayor Blackwell. Reports in the packet.
I'm sorry, I haven't looked at it.
That's okay.
Thank you.
I know as a member of the Equity Subcommittee, we've talked a lot. This is one of the subcommittees that I made a plea at the board meeting to make sure there's alternates named because we've struggled with quorum and it's some really important work that's being done there. And so I think as a member of the board and Mayor Blackwell and others who are part of the board members, we want to ensure the subcommittee that the work that's being done there does have a meaningful impact of things that get brought to the board. So I think, the report's in the packet. And another thing we talked about at the Equity Subcommittee meeting is perhaps having staff share some of the scoring process of how projects are scored so that we can actually see where the equity pieces are coming in before it's brought up to committee and the board. So I just want to make sure we're clear that there's a lot of great work being done in that subcommittee.
And Mayor Blackwell, this will be new chairmanship for you.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. All right, thank you. Any public comments on the agenda? Has anyone signed up today? No? Okay. All right, Executive Director's Report. Grace Galucci.
I have no executive director's report other than to welcome all of you to the 2025 Policy Committee.
Thank you, Director. This may be a very short meeting. Okay, action items. We've got focus areas for the CY 2025 Policy Committee focus areas. Dr. Joe McDonald.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair. The action before you today is to approve the calendar year 2025 Policy Committee focus areas. Previously, this committee approved its 2024 committee focus areas. For the benefit of those who are new to the Policy Committee, as well as a refresher for those who are seasoned veterans, the committee's charter was adopted in 2014 and defines its purpose, goals, activities, organization, including membership and meeting logistics and staffing. The purpose of the Policy Committee is to provide technical advice and recommendations in the areas of comprehensive NOACA agency policy and long-range planning to the Board of Directors. There are a few key goals for the Policy Committee. One, to ensure policies support the NOACA vision statement. Two, to ensure policies advance the goals of the agency relative to air, water, and transportation. And three, to ensure policies enhance the strategies employed by NOACA. A reminder, your 2024 focus areas were development of a regional climate action plan, the traffic signal preemption policy update, comprehensive economic development strategy or CEDS policy outcomes, brownfields remediation, and policy areas within the long-range plan known as ENEO 2050. Potential 2025 focus areas, what is put before this committee for discussion and action today. Regional climate action planning or climate pollution reduction would continue. A new policy area of focus would be the transportation safety program and policy. Ongoing but also somewhat new would be the CEDS policy outcomes and performance measures. Continued brownfields remediation. And then because we are in the process of developing our new long-range plan, which is an update of our ENEO 2050, we're going to call this one ENEO 2050 Plus. There will be policy areas outlined in that document, which will come to the board for approval in June. And any others that the policy committee feels should be a point of focus for 2025. There are no financial impacts from the adoption of focus areas. The agendas and materials for the policy committee meetings will reflect these identified focus areas. So again, the action before you is to approve the potential calendar year 2025 policy committee focus areas. Questions?
I have one, and then Kelly. Kelly, go ahead, go first.
Thanks, Dr. McDonald. In terms of the proposed 2025 and the new ones, I know ENEO 2025 is new, but sort of follows in the path of previous long-range plans. I wonder if you could share a little bit more about the transportation safety program and policy and sort of what is anticipated in terms of the work in 2025 and the outcome of that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, please, thank you.
Yeah. Grace, I don't know if you want to speak to this, but I can,
Go ahead and try, and
Sure.
then we'll see if you need any assistance.
Sounds good.
So over the past several months, this committee has heard from NOACA staff about transportation safety, and the reverberation has been very clear. Members of this committee have shown strong interest in transportation safety, improving safety standards throughout the region when it comes to the interface of different modes, especially vehicles and pedestrians, vehicles and cars, but also vehicle safety issues. And so within staff discussions, we oriented the program back on December 3rd that you'll hear about a little bit later in this meeting towards safety, as has already been discussed by Bev Bertzloff. And there have been staff that have focused on how we can develop stronger safety measures and programs here at NOACA. So a comprehensive transportation safety program is something that is now put before the policy committee to consider as a focus area, and it may translate into an actual policy itself. Grace, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I think you did a nice job, Joe, in explaining why we have this on the focus areas. But just to add, safety is very important. We have not only heard this committee, but we've heard that from the community and the mayors in various forms. So we are taking it very seriously and continue to work on it for you.
And I guess just on that point, understanding Safe Streets for All and how many different partners that make up NOACA region that have gotten funding or are waiting for funding or in the process of funding. I would assume that part of that will be rolled into any plans that are being done throughout the counties. That will be part of that work as well.
Yeah, that's a great point. We produce the community safety reports every other year. And there are recommendations in the community safety reports that we will ensure dovetail with the work that you're talking about.
Yes, the only other question I have is thinking about when it's got others, thinking about multimodal transportation and the work that's being done with the Scenic Valley Railroad, transitory development policies, other things. So I don't know if that's, it seems it would be separate than the transportation safety program, but I don't know if there's any need to list that separately.
From a policy perspective, it doesn't appear that CVSR could fit easily into any of these areas. So certainly if it pleases the committee, we could add that to the focus areas.
Yeah, maybe it does go better in planning and programming or something else than policy. I'm just thinking of, efforts to reduce emissions and other things that we're doing around multimodal transportation, but you're right, it might not be policy issue.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention ODOT's very happy to see that this is something that we're going to be focused on. I think Mayor Lai had brought this up a couple meetings ago, and ODOT offers our knowledge and expertise to NOACA and, in advancing this. So again, appreciate it and look forward to moving this forward.
Debbie.
Kind of going to your question, Mary, about the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad. Again, maybe policy is not the right place, but I wonder if sort of rail in general, given everything that's happening, across the country and in the state. And I know in the last committee meeting, it's part of our legislative agenda. If there should be something more focused on sort of rail policy overall, what our stance is, what our support is, how we can get more engaged, but including the Scenic Railroad just under that umbrella. The thought, because I think it's just going to be something I hope we're going to hear more about and have, more opportunities and need to stay up to speed. And NOACA is the best to kind of, follow all that information and keep us abreast of what's going on.
The Ohio Rail Development Corporation, of course, is working on the 3C+D study, and we will be hearing more about that as it comes to fruition. So that's something else we could add.
Yeah, again, I don't know if policy is exactly the right place, but I do think, again, you're the best conduit to keep us educated and understand where we can help.
Sometimes, unfortunately, these things don't fit nicely anywhere.
True.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Joe. Can I have a motion to approve? Ben? Second, Mayor Eli, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion approved. Thank you. CY 2025 Economic Development Subcommittee Focus Areas, Ronnie Blackshear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. For the record, Ronnie Blackshear with NOACA staff. This is the calendar year 2025 Economic Development Subcommittee Focus Areas. Action requested is the approval of the calendar year 2025 Economic Development Subcommittee Focus Areas, and there's no previous action other than you did adopt some focus areas for 2024 last year. Purpose of the Economic Development Subcommittee shall provide advice and policy recommendations to the Policy Committee to support economic growth and enhance quality of life. The goals are operate as the said strategy committee as required by the United States Economic Development Administration, inform NOACA of relevant economic development matters, foster sustainable and equitable economic growth, provide input and recommendations in NOACA project planning and prioritization, and be a forum for regional collaboration to support regional economic growth. For calendar year 2024, which represented our first full year of meetings for the EDS, or Economic Development Subcommittee, and the establishment of the focus areas. The first focus areas was to draft performance measures. For last year, a calendar year, the committee discussed, reviewed, and refined performance measures, and a baseline set of performance measures were adopted at the December 2024 meeting. Second focus areas was to develop a grant strategy to identify, pursue, and secure grants, and allow the 5 counties to work together as we pursue these grants to represent us as a region and to strengthen the region's determination and ability to access economic EDA funding. As far as the developing a grant strategy, the outlines was to be strategic, to understand the purpose and develop a direction for the future. Focus SEDS, use the SEDS as a guide and rely on the region's strengths. Relationship building, that stakeholder alliance to pursue funding. Sustainable, use priorities and strengths to pursue appropriate grant opportunities. And be as efficient as possible, and that is the best use of resources, such as funding, staff, etc. Another focus areas was to look for regional projects that promote community collaboration. The EDS will continue to seek out regional projects to implement the SEDS. We've signed numerous letters of support for our stakeholders for 24, and regional projects were identified and forwarded to stakeholders, and we're looking at doing that as part of our promotion of the outline of promoting the collaboration for us to pursue these grants as a group. Educate communities on the SEDS and its benefits to their areas. We continued that for calendar year 24. Staff again reviewed the SEDS with the committee, and we opened the floor for questions from our stakeholders. And also, we wanted to create a centralized repository for all information. We're working on a webpage to list the grant opportunities, the metrics, the measures, performance measures in other areas. And we have begun to work on this focus area with our Public Affairs Department. For 2025, our focus areas are pretty much the same as we've been looking at in calendar year 24. That is to implement and refine adopted performance measures, continue development of a grant strategy, promote community collaboration through regional projects, educate communities on the SEDS and its benefits to the areas, create a centralized repository for all information, and we're continuing our EDA approval for the Economic Development District designation. We started that process last year, and that is ongoing, and we're working with the US EDA to secure that Economic Development District designation. There is no financial impact. The adoption of the focus areas helps the Economic Development Subcommittee prioritize strategies, promote and coordinate development, and leverage the involvement of public, private, and nonprofit sectors in implementing and maintaining the SEDS. Again, the action is the approval of the calendar year 2025 EDS focus areas, and I'll stand for any questions you have.
Anybody have any questions? I think for anybody who's new to the board and or the committee, there was a lot of time spent last year on the comprehensive economic, was it 2 years ago?
2 years.
2 years ago on the comprehensive economic development strategy and really focusing on working as a region to elevate projects. And so, as Ronnie said, last year was the first year of that committee. So I guess if anybody who's new and wants more information on the SEDS, please do reach out to NOACA staff to get more insights.
Madam Chair, I'll also like to say that as we pursue the EDD designation, one of the things that we try to do, even though we don't have that designation, and the EDA, the US EDA also stresses it, is that we try to act as if we do. So we've gathered information And once we do become a designation, we'll have that information available for them at that time.
Thank you. And I think the big piece of why have a SEDS is to unlock EDA funding. So you need to have a plan in order to be eligible for some of those funding opportunities.
We have been working with the EDA and had a terrific meeting. Was it last week or earlier this week, Ronnie?
Last week.
Last week, boy, the time flies when you're having fun. It's been a challenging week on the federal side, but we had a great meeting with the EDA. We met with Susan Brem, the Region 5 administrator out of Chicago, and really started in earnest the process of getting them to understand who we are and what we do. They want to get to know us and ensure that we've got capacity as an organization. And we look very favorable, or we believe that they're going to look very favorable on our application, and they hope to get us an answer within a few months.
And correction, actually, Grace, you're right. It was earlier this week. So.
It's been a long week, right?
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that extra information. Anybody have any further questions? Okay. Can I have a motion to approve? John Gall, thank you. Can I have a second?
Second.
Who was that? Sorry.
Mayor Schneider.
Mayor Schneider, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion is approved. Calendar year 2025 Equity Subcommittee Focus Area, Liz Barlick. Thank you.
Good morning, Liz Barlick, Associate Director of Executive Affairs. I am presenting on the Equity Subcommittee focus areas for 2025. I'm not going to take too long on these because the Equity Subcommittee does have a consultant and a strategic working plan they're working towards. So I'm going to give an update on that a little later in the meeting, but that really will be the bulk of what they'll be working on for 2025. So this should be pretty brief. So again, we're asking you all to approve for the calendar year 2025, the Equity Subcommittee focus areas, just as you have done in previous years. Every committee, subcommittee, council has a charter that outlines purpose, goals, functions, membership, reporting structure. As a reminder, this is the purpose and the goals for the Equity Subcommittee to provide advice and policy recommendations to the Policy Committee to ensure equity in all matters affecting the NOACA region. Ensure fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income, with specific focus on environmental justice communities. Eradicate racism and its negative effects on our communities of color. Embrace diversity, strive for equity, and seek inclusion in all our efforts. Work to reverse negative impacts of past transportation decisions on environmental justice communities. So this is the 2024 focus areas, the proposed 2025 focus areas. They are the same. It is to implement the strategic work plan that the subcommittee has and to evaluate and measure how NOACA policies and actions impact equity in Northeast Ohio. And again, I will go into more details on my presentation updating about the work of the subcommittee with the consultant. No financial impact, and then these focus areas will guide the meeting agendas and materials for the rest of the year. And so again, we ask you to approve the calendar year 2025 Equity Subcommittee focus areas.
Thank you, Liz. And as Grace mentioned, it's been a crazy week coming from federal decisions and guidelines. And so equity is a big piece that is a concern, obviously, of any funding moving forward with anything related to DEI. So I believe as long as we can, we'll continue the work for that equity subcommittee until we are told somehow that we should not. But again, there's a lot of great work happening in this committee. And so thank you for the update. And it's very interesting as being, part of that subcommittee that we spent a lot of time on even defining what is equity and what do we mean. And so there's been a lot of, really deep, deep and valuable conversations happening in that subcommittee. So thank you. Anybody have any questions for Liz? Anything to add, Grace?
No, you summed up very nicely the issue of the executive order on diversity, equity, and inclusion and the potential for impact on this subcommittee.
Anybody else? Any comments, questions? Okay. Oh, sorry. Yes, Thomas.
With the federal executive orders going on, a lot of federal agencies are already eliminating these programs, positions, entire offices in these agencies. So is this going to be any kind of threat to our funding from the Fed if we don't comply or if we wait longer to comply? I'm just concerned about those funds that this organization receives and then administers.
Let you answer that.
So we don't have a lot of answers yet on all of the executive orders and the directives and how we need to either unwind it if we need to unwind it or fund it differently or do something differently. But we are monitoring it very closely, and we do respect that opinion that you just shared, that if we're not going to comply in a fashion that satisfies the federal folks, we don't want to be in a position to jeopardize our overall funding.
Yeah, and it's a good question. This is not a DEI department. This is really members of the board that make up a subcommittee. But it does impact overall policy and values of the NOACA as a whole.
Yeah, the main concern we would have is currently the consultant and staff time is using federal dollars to move its agenda. And so we do need to take a closer look at the executive orders and legally what that means for us to do. In the interim, we could fund it just out of our local reserves until that time to ensure that we're safe.
Yeah, and I'm just out of concern for the funding. That's where I'm coming from, and anything that can be construed by the top down. Does our House Counsel have any opinion on this? Are they reaching out to anyone regarding the executive orders and what threat that could pose to?
Yeah, again, this is all very new, but we are working with our legal counsel on understanding some of these directives, as well as we are working with our industry organizations. So we are not the only MPO in the country. There are almost 500 of us, and many of them have focus on equity. And so certainly what happens to us happens to them as well. So we are participating in all of the meetings, we're participating in the discussions, and we're monitoring the situation very closely. And I think it would be prudent for us at this time to not seek reimbursement of federal dollars for the expenditures that we are undertaking.
Yes, scary but true. So yeah, yes, Mayor Blackwell.
Thank you. I found my voice and my position on this. I think we have to go back to, without going into a lot of details, because a lot of people know, some people don't, where this equity committee and this call for action came out of a very difficult time for a lot of people in this country, irrespective of what their color, ethnicity was. And that was the George Floyd story. There was an outcry among many members of this board to focus more in our work, have our work be reflective of achieving diversity, equity, and inclusion in all that we do. So I am very optimistic. Whether this can't continue in the format that it is in this particular subcommittee, has been shared, we spend so much time on even defining the terminology. There's a lot of passion. I'm really proud of the diversity in this committee. We have someone from the continent of Africa. We have young people. We have nonprofits. There's been a great deal of work in choosing a diverse voice. And the facilitator, she's been phenomenal. We've had some trouble with attendance, just trying to find the right time. It's been on Fridays, but and that could be problematic. People kind of check out a little bit on Friday and hope to kind of end the busyness. But I will say, being on this board now, this is probably my 4th or 5th year, being in office for 9 years. Without this committee, there's a focus with the subcommittee. We've been able to achieve so much being a member of this organization, having this organization here in this county. In road repair, I've been able to get 3 senior vans for my seniors to get them back and forth. We just were approved for the TLCI implementation grant. You guys have been a partner, and we've not had this equity subcommittee. Now, certainly, it becomes a focus area in this format, but I am confident because I've been a recipient, and I have a testimony about the work that NOACA is already doing to achieve equity in those areas that have been considered disadvantaged, LMI communities. And the city of Maple Heights specifically has benefited greatly, which has relieved a great deal of burden on our general fund. This is a city, when I became in 2016, it was in fiscal emergency, the tune of over almost $3 million. The support we've been able to get from NOACA has relieved that burden on our general fund to fund these projects, and helped us to get out of fiscal emergency a year earlier than planned. It was a 5-year recovery. We were able to do it in 4 years. And that is I have to attribute that to when I look at how we got there. It is because when I don't have to pull that out of 400,000 and the numbers have been huge. The awards have been huge from this organization. I'm able to hire more police. I'm able to do the higher grade staff. So it may not continue in this format with funding from the federal government, but I am confident. I'm enthusiastic. I am a witness. I am a testimony that this work will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Blackwell. Any other thoughts, questions? Okay, so again, this is, focus areas of an existing subcommittee. So that's what we are voting on today. Can I have a motion to approve? Mayor Blackwell, second. Debbie Berry, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion is approved. Thank you, Leah, or thank you, Liz. Next item is the NOACA Regional Van Pool Program Policy Amendment. Leah Telepak.
Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, my name is Leah Telepak. I work in the programming division here at NOACA. And I'm going to be talking to you about the Regional Van Pool Program policy and an amendment to that. So the action we're requesting is that you recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 2025 Board of Directors agenda to amend NOACA's Van Pool Program policy to add language that federal employees eligible for the Federal Employee Transportation Subsidy Program will not be eligible for the NOACA Van Pool Program. Previous action is Resolution 2021-031, which approved the NOACA Regional Van Pool Program for Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Funding, CMAQ. Resolution 2021-050, approving the NOACA Regional Van Pool Program policy. And then we recently presented Van Pool Program future options for information and input to the Transit Council, Transportation Subcommittee, and Planning and Programming Committee just this past year. Just a little background, the Van Pool Program purpose is to provide alternative transportation options to better connect residents to their employers, to promote competitive transportation costs, reduce travel time, improve air quality, and increase social equity and economic vitality. We offer a subsidy model. NOACA covers 50% to 80% of any van pool cost to incentivize and offset costs for participants, and this is consistent with the federal CMAQ and FHWA regulations. So you can see in the graphic, if you are eligible for the Van Pool program, you automatically get 50% off the monthly Van Pool cost. And then there are options for 2 more subsidies if you are coming from an environmental justice area, or if your van is at full capacity, all the seats are filled. Due to the Federal Employee Transportation Subsidy Program, NOACA staff are recommending to no longer register those eligible for the federal subsidy to the NOACA Van Pool program. This would include the VA. Federal employees currently enrolled in the NOACA Van Pool program may fulfill their 3-year subsidy per CMAQ guidelines. There's no financial impact. Next steps, pending board approval, NOACA staff will coordinate with its consultant to implement this update in the NOACA Regional Vanpool program. So again, we're requesting that you recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 2025 Board of Directors agenda to amend NOACA's Vanpool program policy to add language that federal employees eligible for the Federal Employee Transportation Subsidy Program will not be eligible for the NOACA Vanpool program.
Thank you, Leah. Does anyone have any questions? Yes,
one.
Ben.
There's no way to use the federal subsidy to help fund the van pool program? Because aren't a lot of our vans going to the VA?
That was good.
Yes, they are. So we have been using this CMAQ money to fund these VA van pools that have registered to the NOACA van pool program. But because every single person in those vans also get the federal employee transportation subsidy, we felt that the CMAQ funds could be focused in the outside counties like Geauga, Medina, Lake, people that don't get that federal transportation subsidy.
So the VA vans are going to continue just with different funding, or are we?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. Apologize.
Yes, Debbie.
Is there demand or for additional van pools? I mean, have we?
I can't hear you, ma'am. I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Is there demand for additional van pools in other counties? I guess
Yes, the need is high.
Okay,
Yes.
so we're double paying basically.
Correct.
And there's an opportunity. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, comments, Callie?
Just given the anticipated changes generally in federal programs and policies, I think that this will, if the federal employee transportation subsidy goes away, then that would still be eligible for the NOACA funded van pools the way that this is written, it seems like, so that I guess my initial question was whether it makes sense to delay this policy change on our side for a couple of months just to see how changes are coming down and settle and would impact the policy direction that we want to take. But it seems like the way it's written, it will kind of already adapt to whatever changes happen.
Yes, I think maybe the only thing we can think about is, if they eliminate the federal employee transportation subsidy program, that means those employees will not be eligible for that. So they would be eligible for our program.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, can I have a motion to approve? Ben, a second? Callie, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion is approved. Thank you. Okay, we'll be moving on to presentation and discussion items. Dr. Joe McDonald and Grace Galucci, the NOACA CPRG Community Project Funding Opportunity.
Good morning again. Unfortunately, this week is probably not the best week to unveil our climate pollution reduction grant community projects. But this is an opportunity for us to be able to share the revenue that we received from the federal government around the climate pollution reduction program. And I will turn it over to Joe to get into the detail of how we will execute this program. But essentially, we did receive $1 million from US EPA, and 300,000 of that was reserved for local climate action planning and engagement. And so we would like to offer the opportunity to organizations in Geauga, Lake, Lorraine, and Medina counties to share in some of this funding. Cuyahoga County is already coordinating their own plan and receiving funding through the City of Cleveland's share of this funding that we received. So with that, Joe.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello again. There is no action requested on this item. This is for your information. So just some background for those of you who may not be familiar or who may have forgotten the context for this opportunity. There are several tools and programs to pursue greenhouse gas pollution reductions that exist through IIJA. And one of those is the United States Environmental Protection Agency's Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program. The CPRG program has three broad objectives: tackle damaging climate pollution while in support of creation of good jobs and lower energy costs for families, accelerate work to address environmental injustice and empower community-driven solutions in overburdened neighborhoods, and deliver cleaner air through reduction of harmful air pollution in places where people live, work, play, and attend school. The CPRG program is a tool of the Inflation Reduction Act and appropriates nearly $5 billion to US EPA to support climate pollution reduction efforts by states, US territories, municipalities, air pollution control agencies, and tribes. There are two phases to this program. The first phase, which has $250 million, is designated for eligible entities to develop greenhouse gas reduction plans. That's the $1 million that Grace just talked about, and I will go into more detail on that.
Joe, may I add something?
I'm sorry?
May I add something?
Yes.
The IRA legislation was also the subject of an executive order, and to essentially repeal that program, the funding that comes out of the IRA for climate and climate-related activities. At this time, again, we're monitoring the situation. We don't know what specific things we have to do in order to abide by that particular executive order. So just keeping in mind that what we're talking about today is if we get to continue working on the program with the executive order out there as it is.
All right, cool. Joe, thank you.
The second phase, these are the implementation grants. This is the bulk of the $5 billion. And many of you may be familiar with the award that was given to a partnership forged by the City of Cleveland, the City of Paynesville and Lake County, and Cuyahoga County for nearly $130 million to shut down a peaking coal-fired power plant, to build solar arrays on brownfields and landfills, and to open up recreational possibilities through open space preservation close to the lake. So the Cleveland-Elyria Metropolitan Statistical Area, which at the time had the same geography as Nowaka back in 2023, received a $1 million planning grant, so a phase 1 program grant, because it is one of the 67 most populous U.S. metropolitan areas. Nowaka and the City of Cleveland developed a partnership to produce a greenhouse gas reduction plan with priority measures or actions to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. There are three primary deliverables as part of this planning effort: the Priority Climate Action Plan, or the PCAP, which was approved by the US EPA last year on March 7th, the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, or the CCAP, which is due December 1st of this year, and a status report with updates on implementation of those planning efforts, which is due at the end of the 4-year grant period or in the summer of 2027. Nowaka and the City of Cleveland allocated support for local climate action planning and engagement as part of their CPRG program. So this is what we mean when we refer to community projects funding. Total funding for community projects is $300,000, separate from the $700,000 allocated for the three major deliverables, so the PCAP had a budget of $75,000, which not only includes development of the PCAP, which is done, but also engagement, sharing information about what's in the PCAP, which is continuing. The CCAP, that money goes to the city of Cleveland and Cuyahoga County. That's $600,000 to actually develop what will be the final regional climate action plan for our metropolitan statistical area, and then $25,000 to do an update on status at the end of the grant period. Community projects within Geauga, Lake, Lorraine, and Medina counties. So the 4 counties of the MSA outside Cuyahoga are eligible for this funding if they do the following. So we're looking for these types of focuses for the projects. Develop and expand public engagement to build support for the regional climate action plan that's in development and identify future implementation of strategies to reduce emissions. Develop parts of or enhance parts of the regional climate action plan that are particularly relevant to areas of the 4 counties. So agriculture, horticulture, viticulture, and any other aspect that may be special to those areas that are outside of the core of the region. And then also develop the regional climate action plan to ensure benefits to audiences that may be unique to the 4 counties, including migrant populations, Amish communities, et cetera. Again, Cuyahoga County funding is through the city of Cleveland share, so that's why they are not eligible for this particular award. These are the entities in those 4 counties who are eligible to apply. They could be local political subdivisions. Those include municipalities, townships, school districts, library districts, park districts, and soil and water conservation offices. State agencies, including boards, commissions, regional transit authorities, county transit boards, and port authorities. Community development corporations, colleges and universities, watershed groups and partnerships, land conservation groups and partnerships, and nonprofit corporations. NOACA will award funds out of this total in proportion to each county's share of the net regional greenhouse gas emissions, again excluding Cuyahoga County, based on the 2022 regional greenhouse gas emissions inventory, which this committee heard about at its last meeting in October. So you can see there the distribution of greenhouse gas emissions across the 4 counties, and the amounts you see in money is simply the $300,000 multiplied by that share of greenhouse gas emissions. This is a schedule of how we anticipate this notice of funding opportunity and the eventual recommendation of awarded projects. So we will announce this again to our board committees in mid-February, and around that time issue the opportunity to the public. So we encourage you to spread the word and let people know that this is happening. There will be a portion of NOACA's website dedicated to this opportunity with information for applicants. We will provide announcements to other NOACA board committees, subcommittees, and councils during the open period, which is approximately 2 months, 60 days. And we will also provide a virtual webinar for applicants to share information about the application process and provide opportunity for questions. That will be during the application period. And we anticipate a due date of April 14th. So again, approximately 2 months application window. We will then have an evaluation and scoring period during the months of April, May, and June, with recommendations coming to the Planning and Programming Committee in July, the Executive Committee in August, and the Board of Directors in September. There is no financial impact. The award has already been announced. The work plan and budget already signed and approved by NOACA, the City of Cleveland, and US EPA. And again, we anticipate issuing the notice of funding opportunity by February 17th. Questions?
Thank you, Joe. Obviously, this is another area that's at risk given some of the recent executive orders. I guess one question I have is the agreement that's been signed with the US EPA. Is the local EPA office involved? And I guess how would we get notice that there could potentially be a pause or clawback of the funding?
The local, do you mean the local US EPA office? And which specific US EPA office are you talking about?
Well, I'm just thinking, I mean, I'm assuming the agreement was with the federal EPA and then
Yes,
there's
with
the
US
Ohio.
EPA.
Yes.
Our project leaders are in Chicago at their Region 5 office.
Okay,
So yes, we are in direct contact with them.
okay,
Our representatives from Region 5 have not given us any change of direction.
okay.
We are continuing to do the work per the contract that we signed until we are told otherwise. That is how we intend to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Grace, do you have anything to add?
Again, just that it's a fluid situation and we're unclear how the executive orders will impact this project or any of the funds that we get from the federal government.
And I guess my final question, it's the funds were already received or is it a reimbursable award?
The latter.
It's reimbursable?
Yeah,
Okay.
all federal funds
Is
that we
reimbursed.
receive are all reimbursable.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Joe. Grace?
Yeah, just to the point of Mr. Patrick's earlier comment, we will want to be very careful how we, when we look to make these awards, because if we are unable to draw down the funds, then that would be a problem, not only for potential other funds, but just we don't want to make awards and then have to take them back. So we will watch the situation.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, so there's no action required on this item. It's just information. So you guys will keep us posted. Okay, the next item for presentation and discussion is the Equity Strategic Work Plan Implementation Update. Liz Barlick, sorry.
Good morning again. This is just to provide you all an update with the work that the Equity Subcommittee has been doing with our consultant, Compass. There's no action requested. This item is for information only. So the Equity Subcommittee had 2 meetings since presenting the latest update to the Policy Committee. They had a special meeting in November, and that was specifically focused on defining diversity, equity, inclusion for use at NOACA. That was one of the specific items in the scope of work for the equity consultant. So there are, so our consultant, Compass, presented examples of these definitions that exist in NOACA policies. They come from different sources. USDOT, ODOT, US EPA all have definitions, but the focus here was to create definitions, have the Equity Subcommittee create definitions specifically for use at NOACA that kind of incorporate all the different ones that exist in different policies and programs. So this is what they developed. There was a lot of discussion around this. So the diversity refers to the variety of places, human experiences, perspectives, and identities of the people within the 5 counties NOACA serves. Equity ensures fair treatment and access to funding as well as resources by considering the diverse needs and circumstances of populations, particularly those who have been historically underserved. Inclusion is the intentional act of engaging, identifying, and incorporating needs, opinions, and experiences of the diverse NOACA stakeholders, focusing on the voices of those who have been historically marginalized. So again, these were after discussion with the subcommittee members, what they decided on for DEI definitions for use at NOACA. And then they had a regular meeting in December, and that is where Compass led a discussion on really focusing on the strategic work plan and refining it even further. So that included tools and resources available to the subcommittee, the possibility of new and additional meeting dates and training sessions for the subcommittee, and again, updating the strategic work plan to help prioritize next steps and identify a timeline for 2025. So that will be the focus of the work for the Equity Subcommittee in 2025. So the strategic work plan, and I will show you this in just a minute, is broken down into 4 different goals, each with an objective and several action items underneath it. So our consultants took the subcommittee through all of those to refine them and update them even further. Some were completed, some needed some new definitions, some just needed some clarity, and then they were prioritized based on an urgent, non-urgent, and easy, difficult matrix. So here's just a picture of what it looked like so you can envision it. And she had a screen with this matrix on it, all the different action items in the work plan, and we, discussed them, and she dragged them to a quadrant based on that discussion, if it fell on the easy side, the difficult side, or the urgent or non-urgent side. So I'm going to go in reverse order because that's what we did during the meeting, which meant there was a lot of discussion around goal 4 and goal 3. So goal 4 is to use data to effectively assess and communicate equity needs and support timely assessment of progress. The objective under goal 4 is to use data metrics to measure programs of NOACA's existing equity criteria. And there are 2 actions under this item. One is to create some sort of funding map, and another was related to questions in the long-range plan survey. So the funding map is really just to show where NOACA's investments are being spent, their location. This was categorized as urgent and difficult, so something important, but that would require a fair amount of time and resources. And then action 2 is related to some survey data that came out of our long-range plan survey, whether a new survey was maybe needed or we could use the existing data. This was categorized as urgent and easy. For goal 3, which is to establish or strengthen partnerships with community and professional organizations that provide support, leadership, and mentorship to historically underserved populations in the NOACA service area. There were 3 actions under this goal. One is to review the subcommittee structure and membership. This was identified as non-urgent. It is a conversation that comes up a lot during the equity subcommittee meetings about whether, the difference between a committee or a subcommittee, who is on it, making sure people are engaged and participating. The discussion around it was to just keep it in mind as some of the work areas are made more clear. The meeting time for the equity subcommittee has been changed directly in response to that. So we're hopeful that will help. As part of our, annual roster updating process, we checked in with everybody to make sure people were still available to participate. If anybody couldn't, we want to make sure we replace them. So I'm feeling good about what we're going into 2025 with in terms of membership. And the benefit to having this equity subcommittee as a subcommittee is that we can have non-board members on. So all of that keeping in mind, there are some people on the subcommittee who feel like maybe their actions don't have as much force as a subcommittee as opposed to a committee, but the discussion was we'll just keep all that in mind. We'll continue doing this work and see if anything comes out of that was a little more definitive. Action number 2 is to identify partner organizations. That was identified as urgent and easy. Compass, many of the people on the subcommittee, and of course the board, as well as Compass, has a pretty deep knowledge of community organizations that the subcommittee can engage with. We just need to collect all those, as well as to create some sort of feedback tool for NOACA project recommendations that was identified as urgent and difficult. New action 3 is create new ideas for engagement, which was identified as easy and non-urgent, mostly with the direction of that item needed to be broken down further into clearer steps. Goal 2 and goal 1 didn't really get the matrix treatment, but there was a lot of discussion around these. Goal 2 is to develop and implement strategies that identify, prioritize, and effectively support the most disadvantaged geographies and populations. Action 1 under here is to present environmental justice and other relevant policies to the subcommittee this was done. We provided the subcommittee with all of the policies that NOACA has that speaks to environmental justice or DEI in any capacity. And then the next step would be to actually apply how those policies work, apply the input of the subcommittee. Action 2 is to demonstrate and review program criteria. This one was identified as an ongoing in-progress action. There have been a few things that have been brought to the subcommittee, but there needs to be a greater effort to make sure that the subcommittee is aware of how any EJ or DEI program criteria is incorporated into NOACA's work and make sure they have a point for including feedback. Action 3 is to propose different tiers with variable funding caps. This is one of those actions that I think, because the strategic work plan was created a couple of years ago, there was a little lack of clarity about what exactly the intention behind that was. But generally, to once again review the internal processes here at NOACA, see where the subcommittee feedback can fit in. Goal 1 was discussed pretty briefly. It's related to DEI training at NOACA. So the goal is to dismantle inequities in policies, procedures, and practices that permeate our communities and impact the region as we work to progress equity-oriented policies. Very broadly, that was considered to be addressed by the fact that we have brought in an equity consultant to work with the subcommittee and are going through the action items in the strategic work plan. Compass is one of the specific items in the scope of work for Compass is to identify and develop some training. They're doing that by using examples from other NPOs, other federal and state agencies, so that this is all in progress through the work of our consultant. So our contract with Compass is not to exceed $50,000. And Compass will continue to work with NOACA staff and the equity subcommittee to execute the subcommittee's strategic plan.
Thank you, Liz. Again, it's a great capture of all of the conversations that happened during that last subcommittee meeting. So thank you for putting that all together. Again, equity is one of those issues that are coming down with executive orders. So we'll watch carefully and think about the work that's being done or any additional work in terms of training at this point, I'm assuming. So anything else to add on that one?
No, just the same comments. I appreciate Mayor Blackwell's comments, though, that with or without specific federal directives, the work that we have always done to ensure fairness, equity in the delivery of our services and the funding of programs and projects in the region will take place. It will continue.
Thank you. Any other discussion? This is information only, so there's no vote today. So thank you again, Liz. Okay, our last discussion item is a recap of the NOACA Transportation Day that took place on December 3rd. Director Galucci and Bev Bursloff.
So Transportation Day, which is a opportunity for us to meet with many partners outside, including the board, but in addition to the board members. So we have many local government officials at the municipal level, county level, and township levels that are invited to that event. This year, we focused on safety, particularly because of the comments we received from the policy committee around safety initiatives that we had presented. The event was held at Tri-C in December, and it was very successful. Despite, I think there were some weather issues, we had good attendance, and it was, I wish we had recorded it because it was a really good meeting, but we did not record it. But I'll leave it to Bev to get into the details of the meeting that we held that day.
Bev?
Thank you. And good morning to the chair, members of the committee. And thank you, Grace. No action is requested. I'm Bev Bertzloff. I'm Associate Director of Government Affairs here at NOACA. No action is requested. This item is for presentation and discussion, and there's no previous action. So as Grace explained, we do this NOACA Transportation Day. It's an annual event, curtailed a bit during COVID, but we brought it back, and we always look for a theme. And the idea is to be inclusive and interact with elected officials in our region, both on the board and those who are not on the board. So we choose a theme each year, and this year's theme was transportation safety. And that was largely chosen because of conversations here in this committee last year. We were hearing from our board members and from mayors throughout the region that safety is a top concern that they would like to see NOACA focus on. So we chose that as our theme. We had a great turnout, I would say over 60 people, and the attendees included board members, other mayors from outside of the board, their staffs, planners, engineers. And the event really focused on three things, talking about proven strategies to improve safety, things that maybe other cities and regions have used to improve safety, what's working, funding opportunities for safety programs, and advocacy around creating safer streets. So our speakers, we had a big agenda with lots of great speakers. Those included Caitlin Harley and Brent Bogard with ODOT from their Central Office Safety Division. And we're really pleased to have ODOT's strong support on safety right now. We really appreciate the partnership that we feel and that we see from ODOT. Angie Schmidt, who is a local author and planner, she founded a company called 3MPH, and she serves on one of our advisory councils, the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council. Rebecca Byrne with the Medina County Sheriff's Office, she and some of her colleagues came in and talked about what Medina County is doing to beef up their programs for driver training for young drivers. It was an excellent presentation. They have a great video if you ever want to go to their website, Medina County Sheriff's Office. Very impactful presentation. Tina Washkowitz, I think I'm saying that right. She is in Dublin, Ohio, and she has done presentations that some of our board members have seen in the past. Debbie Berry recommended her, but she has done a lot in her community over a long period of time to develop and implement a safety program. Steve Peganoff with GCRTA talked about safety from the perspective of transit riders. Jenna Thomas with Bike Cleveland talking about bike pedestrian safety. And then we had a panel that included Mayor Bibb, Cleveland Heights Mayor Khalil Sarin, and Lorain County Public Health Department's Kat Bray, who is heading up safety efforts in Lorain County. And then some of our very own NOACA staff presented, Sam Schweikert, Kessa Turnbull, and Rob Olhorn. And really all of our speakers did a great job, and they all presented different aspects of safety and different ways that we can improve transportation safety. And we were so pleased that some of you were able to attend, so thank you to those who attended. If you didn't attend, we have the PowerPoint available. Like Grace said, we did not record it. We probably should have, because the speakers, their presentations were great. So again, key takeaways. ODOT is a strong partner in safety. We learned that planning and preparation are paramount. Really, successful initiatives take many, many years. You really have to lay the groundwork and build on it in terms of design and engineering, doing that public education and outreach, and then doing the advocacy and getting the funding for your program. So that's kind of a very brief recap of 5 hours of presentations. When we had the panel with the mayors and Kat Bray, one thing that they talked a lot about was how community support is needed, but it may lag. The community may not always jump on board right away. And so that takes a little work and effort on the part of mayors and other elected officials to bring that community support along, but it's very important. We learned that federal and state funding are crucial to advance the planning and projects. And again, many of our communities have taken advantage of the Safe Streets for All grant program that was included in the infrastructure law. So we've been working with those communities to support their efforts, and Cuyahoga County got a grant recently, the Planning Commission. Many of your communities have received funding through that program. We learned that testimonials can be really impactful, like what we saw with the mayor, with the Medina County Sheriff's Department and their video, where there were parents who talked about losing their children in vehicle crashes. It's tough to listen to, but it can really change hearts and minds about, and emphasize the need for improvements. And we learned that emerging technologies can be very helpful to improving transportation safety. We talked about some of the existing NOACA initiatives, things that we're already doing here. We have a SAVE plan to coordinate safety at the regional level. We create community safety reports with detailed data for each community. We operate something called our Street Supplies program to allow communities to try out a safety application before investing lots of money in it. So you can borrow items from our Street Supplies, it's kind of a lending library, and try out speed bumps in your community at particular locations to see if that helps before you spend the money to do a permanent installation. We have safety incorporated into our legislative advocacy and communications messaging, and we've been working a lot in terms of our government affairs program to work with outside groups and communities to advocate for safer laws, including in Columbus, looking at issues like speed limit reform, allowing communities to have more say over speed limits in their communities. We've created a new funding resources webpage to help communities find funding. And here's the QR code if you want to, pull out your camera and save that, bookmark that, check it weekly. We update it on a weekly basis with new funding programs that are available, many of which are helpful for safety initiatives. And we prioritize safety, of course, in our long-range plan and development of our TIP for the region, our funding program. So in terms of next steps, I mean, I think it was a great day, our safety summit. It was well received by attendees, but that was really just our first step in terms of increasing NOACA's involvement in safety. So we are trying to, at this point, develop what our next step should be to allow NOACA to do more in the way of collaborating with local communities to improve transportation safety, provide additional funding for safety initiatives, provide technical assistance for safety planning and implementation. And as you heard this morning, we're adding safety as a focus area for this committee, and we talked about that. So I guess at this time, we really want to hear from the committee and to, see if you have any suggestions that will help guide us as we start to put together next steps for NOACA in terms of safety. What is it that you think you could use help with?
Grace,
Yeah, one of the things that came out in the discussion of the panel, particularly with the mayors, is perhaps the establishment of a safety fund, similar to what we do with TLCI implementation, and that it could be related directly to our community safety reports. And so that would be something that the policy committee could discuss. And if in fact it's something we wanted to move forward with, then we would develop a policy and set aside some funds out of our surface transportation block grant funding and establish that program so people could implement the improvements to intersections that they need in order to prevent crashes. So that was one of the things that we talked about, and that might be something that's worthwhile to discuss here.
That's a really good point, especially just given federal funding and what's happening. I know we were awarded a Safe Streets and Roads for All $600,000 grant to do a comprehensive safety action plan for Cuyahoga County. We signed the contract, we sent it back. It did not get signed before the change in administration, so we have no idea if that's coming or when it's coming. But I think that is a really good point of what other ways could we potentially fund this, because safety in all of your communities continues to be a big issue. And obviously that was the bipartisan infrastructure laws was really trying to do that. A lot of communities already have some grants, but I don't know, given demonstration funds and other application windows that are open, if that's, people are still applying, given an unknown of funding. But I think it's really worth the conversation here in this committee. Blackwell?
I think at the summit, it would be good to have a demonstration of the street supplies. We see them on the screen, but to actually maybe reserve a part of the area where people can actually see it and simulate what those supplies are and how they may be helpful in their community.
That's a good point. Are they still here on site or they're somewhere else now?
They are here on site. They are stored both in our basement and in the parking lot. And we joke that we have, and Mayor Saren's gone, but we have a number of them stored on the streets of Cleveland Heights. They're in use on the streets in Cleveland Heights.
A good point, though. And again, to do some of these demonstration projects before you're going to do it fully, and having the funds and the tools available, I think is really important. So Callie, just something?
Thanks. I wanted to build on Director Galucci's comment about safety implementation funding and also connect to Deputy Director's comment earlier when we were talking about transportation safety, and recommend sort of an inventory of funding programs and that exist and the level to which they are over or under subscribed in terms of demand for funding. I know ODOT does quite a lot around Highway Safety Improvement Program and different safety funds that localities can apply for, but often there's a safety study. Well, for some of them, a safety study is required to access them. We have also talked in the past about speed zone studies and the ability to lower speed limits. So I guess I'm just putting out there that it may be some of those more planning level or analysis level preparation activities that open the door to funding opportunities that already exist, maybe a gap and a good opportunity for us locally. But I think ODOT would have a lot of good insight about where funds are available that we could access more or where we might need supplementation. And then building on some of the conversations from the Transportation Day Summit, one of the things that was very valuable, and I think Mayor Blackwell made a comment at that event about the value to other communities, is just hearing what other folks are doing and trying, especially in terms of quick build safety improvements that we can roll out rapidly at lower cost, learning from each other rather than each trying to have to figure out sort of the same things. So forums like that, or collecting best practices like that would also be very helpful.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming in the new webpage too, with those funding sources, if there's a, safety section specifically, we could start looking at that.
Thanks. Yeah, that's something that, that we can look at with our new funding page. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions, comments, Grace?
Yeah, no, I like the idea of establishing perhaps a fund within the planning funds that we receive in order to be able to do those studies that ODOT needs to execute its funding sources. So I think that would be a direct pipeline into that resource. So I think that's a really great idea. And we can certainly think about in this committee how much money we're talking about, and we will explore our funding sources to see where we can manage to place that.
Yeah, and maybe some low hanging, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think ODOT actually has one of the most robustly funded safety programs in the entire nation. And I do think that sometimes local communities might have a little bit of difficulty navigating the funding, what studies are required. So I think that's a fantastic idea to kind of maybe focus on that at this level to help folks be able to access those funds.
Yeah, it's great. And I just, and now it's more so now than ever with ODOT. It's not just about the roads. It's really multimodal transportation and all aspects of safety. And I know one big thing that keeps coming up is the right turn on red. And I'm assuming that's a local conversation. It's not any materials needed, but, restricting some of those right turns on reds where we're having conflicts with cars and pedestrians. So I know that continues to be a hot topic for a lot of communities. All right. Any other questions, comments? Oh, yes.
We will bring back to this committee then some ideas on policies and funding.
Thank you. Okay, again, no action required on this one. Information. Thank you. I participated in that transportation day. And I think it was a really good idea. Maybe next year we could get some elected officials, not mayors, but some state reps and others who can help us with some funding. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, any other reports or updates for the good of the order? No? Any old business? Any new business? Okay, before we motion for adjourn, I'm gonna just remind, next meeting is Friday, April 11th at 10 a.m. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Yes, Thomas, Mayor Schneider, second. Okay, thank you. All in favor? Aye, we are adjourned. Thank you.
2025. The time is 11:36 a.m. You will please join me in taking a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them, and they are on when the light is blue. I would like to welcome the following new board members to the committee. Alan Exley, Lake County Engineer. Paul Magovic, Service Director, City of Brunswick. Marka Fields, Interim Director, Cleveland City Planning Commission.
She had to move her car. She'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Well, then we will. And then Walter Skip Claypool, alternate for Geauga County Commissioner Ralph Spitallari. Thank you. Spitallari. I'd also like to welcome Commissioner Aaron Harrison, who is new to this committee. We will now take up the matter of the minutes of October 11, 2024 meeting. Are there any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve? Okay, motion by Commissioner Bregovich. Is there a second? Second by Director Serby. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? The motion is approved. Next, we have subcommittee updates. The Air Quality Committee, Mary Beth Feek. Oh, okay, I understand she's not here. The meeting summary can be found in the packet. The Transportation Subcommittee, Shane Hajar, I understand, is not here, and the meeting summary can also be found in the packet. And then finally, the Water Quality Subcommittee, George Warnock, I understand, is not here, and the meeting summary can be found in the packet. Are there any public comments on agenda items today? I understand that no one has signed in to speak today. So there being none, we will move on to the next agenda item. Chair and Executive Director's reports. Is there an Executive Director's report?
There is not, just to welcome everyone to the 2025 Planning and Programming Committee meetings.
Very good. And as your chair, I'll do the same. So we'll now turn forward to the action items. First, focus areas. We have the calendar year 2025 Planning and Programming Committee focus area. Ed May, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Ed May, and I'm going to be taking you through the focus areas for 2025 that will set forth the tone for the work that we do in the calendar year 2025. The action being requested is for the Planning and Programming Committee to review and approve the committee focus areas for calendar year 25. So every year we come to this committee with focus areas, and these are areas on which we'd spend additional time during the year and work with the committees to achieve the respective goals. So back in 2014, when the committees were established, charters were developed, and those set forth defining the purpose and goals, activities, organizational structure, staffing for this committee. Now, specific to the Planning and Programming Committee, its purpose is to develop recommendations for implementing policies with regard to transportation, water quality, and air quality. So the policy committee develops the region-wide policies, and then the planning and programming committee implements those policies through projects and programs. So the goals of the committee are to ensure the efficient and effective development and implementation of the agency's planning and programming efforts, to advance the agency's efforts regarding the environment, particularly with respect to the areas of water quality and air quality planning and programming, and advance the agency's efforts regarding the safe and efficient travel of all modes of transportation. This is kind of an overwhelming list here, but in 2024, this committee set forth specific focus areas at that time that guided the calendar year. So the 2024 focus area initiatives listed here are ongoing and include the Climate Action Plan. NOACA was awarded $1 million climate pollution reduction planning grant to develop a plan to reduce climate pollution. NOACA and the city of Cleveland developed greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets for the region, and the NOACA board adopted Resolution 2024-061, which approved the regional greenhouse gas emission targets, which are being incorporated into the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, which will be submitted in December. Additional areas of focus that were recommended by the Planning and Programming Committee include Cuyahoga River Basin and waterfront development. This was an area of focus recommended by this committee last year, related to areas not just exclusive to the lakefronts. The best example of that is that NOACA is supporting planning partners in the development of the Shore to Core to Shore project. This is a public-private initiative to connect and improve critical infrastructure across the downtown and core and the waterfronts, that being the Cuyahoga Riverfront, the downtown, and then the lakefront. This initiative will improve public infrastructure and provide waterfront access and offer foundation for private investment. Other focus area initiatives ongoing in 2024 included the innovative planning as a result of technological advances, such as the Workforce Accessibility and Mobility Tool. Another area identified by this committee was lakefront connectivity planning and ongoing efforts. For example, the Lake Erie Connect Regional TLCI planning study, that was finalized and is posted on our website. We've also coordinated with a number of local communities to program and scope implementation projects tied to the lakefront planning, such as the North Marginal Connector, which is a shared use path along North Marginal Road. The board also recently adopted or committed rather NOACA funds to the Lake Clifton Connector. That's a shared use facility along Lake Road and Clifton Boulevard in Rocky River and Lakewood. In Lorain, they had the Broadway Corridor Connector cycle track. This would connect southeast Lorain neighborhoods with the Lorain downtown and the lakefront, as well as the Lake Metro Parks bicycle and pedestrian paths, which go along the lakefront in Painesville Township through to Fairport Harbor. So we've also been coordinating with letters of support for federal grants, other various projects as well. Another initiative undertaken in 2024 was updating the long-range plan. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Pavement maintenance system. We continue to collect pavement data and prepare and update community pavement maintenance reports, planning for non-motorized modes of travel, intended to serve as a direction for future bike and pedestrian improvements. Another thing this committee recommended be a focus area was the policies and strategies to manage urban sprawl. Then we have the implementation of NOACA's EV charging station program. This involves approval of contracts for design and installation services, as well as construction and inspection administration services for both phases 1 and 2. We continue to manage the regional van pool program. That is providing vehicles and services to the region. To date, we have 54 van pools participating in the regional program. Also, NOACA has incorporated, regarding the SAVE plan implementation, NOACA has incorporated a systemic safety management approach within the safety programs to implement safety treatments at sites that reduce the potential for crashes using crash prediction models. We administer the signal timing optimization program, as well as managing the 2024 to 2027 TIP. We'll be doing that through the remainder of this fiscal year, through June 30th of 2025, because we've also developed a draft 2026 to 2029 transportation improvement program consistent with our policies as well as federal and state requirements. If you may recall, the board adopted a resolution approving the projects recommended specifically for NOACA funding back in December. We will present the 2026 to 2029 TIP to the board in March, and that will go into effect on July 1st of calendar year 2025. Lastly, we have the transit and oriented development planning, adding passenger rail as recommended by this committee. To make certain that we're accounting for Amtrak and the Cuyahoga Scenic Valley Railroad. And then to that end, NOACA continues to advocate for increased passenger rail opportunities, including support for the proposed new corridor IDs routes through Cleveland and Elyria, and also support a multimodal hub as part of the Cleveland's North Coast Connector. Now, with respect to the focus areas for 2025, listed here, they're continued from 2024 or previous years. I won't run through this whole, this list. You see the climate action planning, the waterfront development, and so on. One thing I just wanted to point out that we are going to be presenting the draft transportation improvement program for fiscal years 2026 very shortly. And we'll continue with respect to transit network and transit-oriented development planning and passenger rail planning. What I'd like to do now is open this up to the committee, and I'd like to see if there are any additional thoughts or new or ongoing efforts within the purview or scope of the this group rather that you feel might be important work to undertake in 2025.
The floor is open. Does anybody have any comments they'd like to make at this time?
Question.
Oh, sorry, Mayor Holtzheimer Gale.
Thank you. Just, how does the Vibrant Neo 2040 fit in with adopted NOACA plans or initiatives?
So that's a great question. So the Vibrant Neo 2040 plan, which was completed in 2015 and represents 12 counties in Northeast Ohio and led by NOACA, is used as one of the bases or baselines for our long-range plan. So there are many items in that plan that give us the basis for work within our plan. Also, there's a partnership between NOACA and Vibrant Neo relative to the Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund. So we partnered that. There's an initiative in the Vibrant Neo 2040 plan that speaks directly to economic development in brownfields. So that is the other relationship. And economic development would be the third one.
So it sort of is underlying a lot of the different work and priorities that we have. It's not worth, in your opinion, or I guess to the group, us calling out a commitment to advancing that. They're sort of built into the other items.
They are sort of built into the item, particularly the transportation items, but it might not be a bad idea to get a refresher on the plan because there are some pieces to it that do not necessarily go into the NOACA long-range plan that might be worthwhile taking a look at and seeing if we don't want to look at it further.
And I think I don't know that this needs to be part of anything, but I'm sure we all get Chris Quinn's texts and items. And as we think about who's leading the way of our 5-county region, when I think about who is leading the way, NOACA is the one who really is at the leadership position of doing that work and has the possibility to advance it. And so that's I don't have a suggestion to amend this. I don't necessarily, but I want to throw that out as a potential focus area can NOACA be the group that is the one to step up to the plate to finally make some changes on how we look at some of these bigger issues from a regional perspective, not just Cuyahoga County, not, you know, whatever the county. So I don't know if this is the place to have that conversation. But when we think about priorities for the year, I just want to sort of throw that out there that I think NOACA can play a role in providing some leadership or being a place where some of those conversations and work can happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Serby.
Yes, and I think just to that point, we just finished the policy committee and ENEO 2050 plus was added as a focus area for the policy committee. So it may be, you know, appropriate to add it here as well. So I think it's a good point.
Thank you.
Okay, so meeting agendas and materials will be crafted to accomplish the identified focus areas. And with that, I would ask the committee to approve the focus areas for calendar year 2025.
Okay, very good. We've got is there a motion to approve the calendar year 2025 Planning and Programming Committee focus areas? Director Serby. Was that a motion or was that? Okay, motion. Is there a second? Okay. Second by Regovic. Any discussion? Well, I would add this, Director Serby, to your point, should we be amending to add the, was it E2050 that you mentioned?
Yeah, I guess maybe because the box does say other, so perhaps in the next update, it would include the ENEO 2050.
It actually does have the long range plan identified. It just didn't use the name. So I think we'll just be clear and add the name to it.
Perfect. Thank you. That works for me. I'll keep my motion.
Okay, very good. All right. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Next is calendar year 2025 subcommittee focus areas. Ed May.
Thank you. The action being requested here is for the Planning and Programming Committee to review and approve the calendar year focus areas for the three subcommittees that report up to this committee. Those subcommittees being the Air Quality Subcommittee, the Transportation Subcommittee, and the Water Quality Subcommittee. I'm going to go through a very similar presentation for each of one of these, so I'll try to be brief. First subcommittee under discussion here is the Air Quality Subcommittee. And the purpose of the Air Quality Subcommittee is to provide advice and policy recommendations to the Planning and Programming Committee with regard to air quality environmental planning powers of the agency. Their functions are to provide advice and policy recommendations on air quality environmental issues or projects and transportation projects with related air quality issues. Also to assist the committee and staff in identifying significant environmental problems or priorities and concerns with development of a comprehensive regional approach to environmental concerns. Ongoing work in 2024 included the climate pollution reduction planning, the Go Ohio commute employer engagement, air quality education and outreach program implementation, and mobile emissions reduction efforts. With respect to the focus areas for 2025, all of the areas listed are continued from 2024 or previous years. Those being the regional climate action planning, Go Ohio commute employer engagement, air quality education and outreach program implementation, mobile emissions reduction efforts, and another one that's here is to initiate a CMAQ solicitation project and approval of these projects in 2026. So we're going to open up a CMAQ application round very shortly. Asking this committee if there were any other potential focus areas for this air quality subcommittee, specifically that the committee would like to recommend. I could go to the next ones, or we could talk about them each one at a time.
Yeah, unless somebody has something they want to add at this juncture, why don't we proceed?
Okay.
Thank you.
The next subcommittee is the Transportation Subcommittee. It has a similar role with respect to this committee in areas of transportation planning and programming. The language is very similar, essentially looking at multimodal transportation perspectives of our planning and programming efforts. The Transportation Subcommittee assists the agency staff in developing short and long-range plans and programs for the planning area, identifying significant transportation issues, using a regional approach to address these issues, and developing the transportation elements of the annual overall work program. In 2024, we had the planning for non-motorized modes of travel. We managing the regional van pool program, implementation of the SAVE plan, managing the 2024 to 2027 transportation improvement program, as well as beginning the development of the 2026 to 2029 transportation improvement program, and also transit-oriented development planning. These again are all ongoing initiatives. Recommended for the 2025, the focus areas would include lakefront connectivity planning, long-range plan update, pavement maintenance system, planning for non-motorized modes of travel, managing the regional van pool program, SAVE plan implementation, signal timing optimization program, management of the 2026 to 2029 TIP, and transit-oriented development planning. Again, I'll just say, are there any other focus areas that you might want to add to this?
Is there anyone at this time who would like to add anything to this subcommittee focus area? We'll proceed. We can always go back after we do all three.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Please proceed,
Right.
Mr. May.
And then the last subcommittee is the Water Quality Subcommittee. Again, assisting this committee with planning, advice, and policy recommendations in the areas of our water quality planning and programming responsibilities. The subcommittee provides advice and policy recommendations on water quality, environmental issues or projects, and transportation projects with related water quality issues. The subcommittee also assists this committee and staff in identifying significant environmental problems, priorities, and concerns with development of a comprehensive regional approach to environmental concerns, and also environmental work program development. To that end, in 2024, the Water Quality Subcommittee specifically focused on water quality strategic plan recommendations, Clean Water 2020 plan maintenance and implementation, pollution tolerance index reviews, facility planning area boundary and prescription modifications, and those go to the board eventually, but they come out of this, this Water Quality Subcommittee, non-point source emission strategy or implementation strategy planning and support, and nutrient reduction technical support. In 2025, potential issue, 2025 focus areas include water quality strategic plan recommendations, Clean Water 2020 plan implementation, making sure that the facility planning area boundaries updates are advanced, and non-point source implementation strategy planning, as well as nutrient reduction efforts. In addition to that, a new focus area that we have in here is a new initiative to review development impacts and policies and strategies. Again, if there are any other topics or focus areas you'd like to incorporate into this, we can do so.
Okay, does anybody have any additional areas they'd like to see in the Water Quality Subcommittee focus area or either of the other two subcommittees? Seeing none, Mr. Mayor, you may proceed.
So we will develop meeting agendas and materials with the subcommittees that reflect the focus areas that we've reviewed today. And with that, I ask that the committee approve the subcommittee focus areas for calendar year 2025.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. May I have a motion to approve? Okay, motion by Council President Griffin. Is there a second? Second by Engineer Hajar. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is the third quarter state fiscal year 2025 project planning reviews, PPRs. Adam Allen.
Good Afternoon, just barely, yes,
Yes,
to
yes.
Chair and members of the committee. I am presenting, I'm Adam Allen. I'm a planner on the programming division here at NOACA. I'm presenting the third quarter state fiscal year 2025 project planning reviews. I'm also presenting the plan and tip amendments right after, and all these projects will also be represented on the plan and tip amendments as well. The recommended action is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 2025 Board of Directors agenda, third quarter state fiscal year 2025 project planning review, PPRs. We previously presented to the advisory councils, and the PPRs were recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee. For some quick background, the project planning review purpose is to assess if a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals, and to ensure that proposed projects are consistent with NOACA planning requirements and oversight agency requirements. This process involves staff review and comment, going through the committees like we are now. We also do an intergovernmental review consultation where the projects are sent out for review to any local governments that could be affected or involved in the project. And then we also post the projects to our website for public comment. So we are in the top of the pyramid right now for these. These are new projects or projects with a significant scope change that are going through the PPR project planning review in order to be amended to the long-range plan and the TIP. Okay. The first major project here is part of the Interbelt Modernization Program. Specifically, this involves the I-90 interchange from East 9th Street to Carnegie Avenue. And specifically, this is a change in scope due to some work around the East 22nd Street Bridge and Carnegie Avenue. Those will be replaced, and I'm going to go ahead and show you the next slide of the map, but the area in the orange box is specifically where these revisions are taking place. And this comes out of some work around the site of the former Juvenile Justice Center. It's kind of a historic building right there near the bridge. And it was ultimately determined that there was no current use for it, and they tried to see if there could be some historic adaptive reuse, and nothing came of that. So ultimately, it's been determined that that site will be demolished, and that's the positive thing is that it allows for some revisions to the bridge here. And this is based on a lot of work with Cuyahoga County and the city of Cleveland, a lot of public input around making multimodal improvements to the East 22nd Street Bridge. So specifically, some enhanced sidewalks and a multi-use path. And then there will also be some additional connectivity improvements to get to Midtown from this interchange. So that's all a part of this project revision. It is a total cost of $310 million. It should be noted, though, that there are currently no direct NOACA funds involved in the project. Okay, the next project are Franklin Boulevard enhancements. This is a $938,000 project. This also does not involve direct NOACA funds. This is all part of the Irishtown Bend project. And I'm also going ahead and going to show you the map. So specifically, this is the blue line here, the Franklin Avenue enhancements as part of the Irishtown Bend Park. And these are multimodal enhancements to Franklin Avenue there as part of the Irishtown Bend Park project. And it will be done concurrently with the Lake Link Trail, which is the red part. And again, it's all part of the Irishtown Bend project. Okay, this is the North Coast Connector. You might have heard in the news that the city of Cleveland has been awarded some significant federal grants for this work. This has been ongoing for a long time. The project will transform key sections of the Shoreway from a limited access highway into a low-speed pedestrian-friendly boulevard with at-grade signaled intersections, ADA-compliant sidewalks, a sustainable landscape treatment, and a multi-use path. It will also construct a dedicated access road for the Port of Cleveland and create a land bridge. Sorry, that's repeated, a land bridge pedestrian crossing from Mall C to the North Coast Harbor. This is being presented for PPR now as the city was awarded both infra grant funding and the Reconnecting Communities pilot grant funding in the last few months. And the scope of this project is currently at a little over 284 million. And again, no direct NOACA funds currently involved in the project. And this is a kind of overall map of the project, but specifically what's being addressed by these grants are the Shoreway Boulevard in blue, the pedestrian land bridge in green, as well as the multi-use path in yellow. The next project is the Shoregate Transfer Center improvements. This will construct concrete bus layover locations, curbs, sidewalks, and striping for crosswalks and traffic. And this is the initial phase of a larger project to have a dedicated Shoregate Transfer Center. That Lake Tran is the project sponsor. This is in Lake County at the Shoregate Shopping Center. It will include real-time signage for Lake Tran and GCRTA as they also operate a route there, an indoor waiting environment, and enhanced safety with clearly marked bus lanes, bus parking, and pedestrian crossings. This is a $2 million project. They received a grant from the Ohio Workforce Mobility Program through ODOT STBG Flex funds. And again, no direct NOACA funds currently involved in the project. And this is just showing you a map of the Shoregate Shopping Center and where the current bus stop is. Okay, I know this is a lot, so I'll be brief on these. These are the GCRTA new projects. These are all funded through ODOT Flex funds, both STPG and CMAQ. So those, again, are ODOT funds, not the NOACA funds. And these projects are for bus replacements, improving bus stops and shelters at job centers. A few of the projects involved GCRTA's microtransit pilot programs. So the first one, that GCRT Connect Works, will utilize that state ODOT Flex funding to expand the operation of microtransit pilot programs. And then the next one, it will evaluate the existing GCRTA and Lorraine Transit microtransit pilot programs and feasibility of future intercity solutions, and will also involve improving bus stops and shelters at job centers. And then another grant for, this is 2024 and 2025, just the pretty standard bus replacements. This is replacing older diesel buses with natural gas buses. Any comments that we receive on any of these projects will be forwarded to the respective project sponsors, and we'll coordinate accordingly. So we request that these items are recommended to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 2025 Board of Directors Agenda, third quarter state fiscal year 2025 project planning reviews. And I'll be glad to take any questions on any of the projects.
Okay, very good. Can I have a motion to approve? Okay, motion by Director Serby. Is there a second? A second by Engineer Kleiber. Snyder, excuse me. There's Snyder. Okay. Is there any discussion? There's no discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have the third quarter state fiscal year 2025 plan and tip improvements. Adam Allen.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so these are the third quarter state fiscal year 2025 plan and tip amendments. We are requesting these items to be recommended to the executive committee for placement on the March 2025 Board of Directors agenda. And these items were previously recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee. So moving a little down further in the pyramid, we are now presenting projects to be amended to the LRP and/or tip. Oh, that's some neat text there. I like that. That's a new addition, I think. So yes, all the projects that were just presented under PPR are being repeated here because they also require the plan and tip amendment. So actually I don't think this one was this one on PPR? I don't think, okay.
I don't think it was.
This is 2 trails in Cleveland, funded by Raise Grants, East Side Trails from the Cleveland Metro Parks, the Slavic Village Downtown Connector, and another trail extension in the city of Cleveland. And these are pretty cool projects because they address gaps in the existing trail network, so creating longer connections there. So this is a little over 21 million in federal funds and $450,000 in local match. And this is a new project to be amended to the plan and tip. Okay, Franklin Boulevard enhancements. We definitely talked about that one. Again, those are streetscape amenities along the newly realigned and rebuilt Franklin Avenue as part of the overall Irishtown Bend project. $750,000 in federal and with a $187,500 local match. A new project to be amended to the plan and tip. Here's that North Coast Connector project. And just to break down some of the funding quickly, a little over 59 million was the federal infra grant. 69 million is the federal Reconnecting Communities grant, and 20 million is a state of Ohio grant. And with, in addition to local funding, it's currently about a $284 million project. And these are those same ODOT, GCRTA, ODOT Flex Fund transfer projects, those new transit projects that we just discussed under the PPR, including bus replacements, shelter improvements, and work around the microtransit pilot programs. And that currently totals, I know it's a lot of numbers here. Second, here we go. Okay, I don't have them. The totals are in your project packet, but there's the federal and local breakdowns. And again, those are CMAQ and STPG funds. Those are ODOT, CMAQ, and STPG funds, not the NOACA CMAQ and STPG funds. Okay, this is a new project. This wasn't under PPR because it had previously gone through PPR. This is a rehabilitation of the White House Crossing Bridge on Broadway Avenue over the Norfolk Southern Railroad crossing in Garfield Heights. This is a pretty substantial project involving federal and state funds and as well as the sorry. Yeah, bonds, the Garvey bonds. Bonds is the word I was looking for. Yeah. So there's the funding breakdown for that. And that's in total a $74 million project. Okay, this is the project scope update that we previously talked about in PPR as part of the Central Interchange project, and specifically that East 22nd Street Bridge and the multimodal improvements to that, as well as the enhanced connections to Midtown. And that is a almost $310 million project, federal and state funds. This is the Shoregate Transfer Center Lake Tran project we just discussed, the $2 million project. And these are some modifications to some existing GCRTA programs, a bus replacement program, and a increased funding for construction at the Warrensville station for a comfort station and a platform construction. And the first one, we're amending the original funding amount, and the second one, we're adding some additional funding. Okay, pending board approval, the amendments will be incorporated into the NOACA plan and/or statewide TIP amendment in April. And we are requesting that these items be recommended to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 2025 Board of Directors agenda, third quarter state fiscal year 2025 plan and TIP amendments. And again, I'd be glad to take any questions on any other projects.
Okay, very good. Is there a motion to approve? A motion by Commissioner Regovich. Is there a second? I'll take the second by Mayor Holtzheimer Gale. Any discussion? Director Serby. Oh, I'm sorry, Engineer Hajar, go ahead.
Could you go back to the first project that you had listed there?
The Rays Cleveland East Side Trails?
I was just curious, the local funding is such a small amount. It only amounts to about 2% of the project. Is there a reason for that?
Let me look up one of the other spreadsheets I have that gives a little more detail. So these are federal RAISE grants as well as transportation alternative grants. And it could be that there's some kind of waiver to the usual 20% requirement. Oh, okay. So the local match is just the CE, construction engineering phase. Okay.
Okay.
And down more on page 3.
If you could come up to a microphone, please, that would be helpful.
In the it's in your packet, attachment 1, third quarter plan and TIP amendments, breaks down the different funding phases and sources.
Yes, that's on page 38 in your materials.
Okay, thank you.
Page 38, thank you.
One other question or comment. In the PPRs, you did include language relative to non-NOACA funding versus NOACA funding. And in this presentation, none of the PPRs had NOACA funding impacts. I think for this group and others, it would be nice to see that here in the TIP amendments as well. You mentioned it, or in your presentation, but it's not there. Maybe it's in the printed material. I'll take a look at the printed material, but it's important to know whether we're voting on NOACA funding specifically or not. Thank you.
Yeah, I know we kind of show it 3 different ways in 3 different places, which can be a little confusing. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Director Serby.
I just had a question. Obviously in policy committee and other committees, I'm sure it's being discussed a lot about federal funding. So understanding that a lot of these have big chunks of federal funds, would this come back at some point if there's a revision to a loss of funds or a clawback of funds of changing the project makeup? And if that happens, would there be a request to NOACA to help provide some funding if it wasn't currently?
It's a great question. As we've talked about all morning, there has been a lot of activity in Washington regarding executive orders and directives from the White House Office of Management and Budget. I think one of my trade associations said it best, the only thing that is certain is uncertainty. And so we're just not sure how any of this will impact our projects, but certainly if they do, there is a possibility that project sponsors would come back to NOACA, but also keeping in mind our money is federal money. So if certain projects are clawed back, funding is clawed back from certain projects because of the ineligibility of the project, chances are NOACA would not be able to offer funding either. But we will bring you more information as we have it and as things unfold.
Thank you.
Oh, and just to clarify also on these Cleveland East Side trails, they were presented under plan and tip, but not PPR because they had previously gone through PPR, but they hadn't been updated to the plan and tip yet. So it's still a new project to amend to the plan and tip, even though it wasn't on this PPR, it had been presented previously for PPR.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve? Any opposition? The ayes have it and the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is NOACA State Fiscal Year 2026 to 2029 Draft Transportation Improvement Program. Jim Thompson.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to the chair and to the Planning and Programming Committee. Here to present the NOACA State Fiscal Year 2026 through 2029 Draft Transportation Improvement Program. Grace, would you like to give an introduction?
I would. Thank you. So the TIP, of course, is our Transportation Improvement Program that is a listing of transportation projects to be implemented over the next 4-year period. If you think of our long-range plan as 20-plus years, the TIP is the first 4 years of that longer range plan. And we develop it or update it every 2 years. And it is developed in coordination with ODOT's statewide transportation program. And it contains projects and funding from ODOT and transit projects with the transit agencies in addition to NOACA funds. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jim Thompson to provide the detail.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the action is being requested that this committee recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 2025 Board of Directors agenda, the NOACA State Fiscal Year 2026 through 2029 Draft Transportation Improvement Program, also known as the TIP. Previously, resolution number 2024-57 was approved by the Board of Directors, and this funded the NOACA STBG, TA, and CRP funds. I should say STBG is Surface Transportation Block Grant, TA is Transportation Alternatives, and CRP is Carbon Reduction Program funds for state fiscal year 26 through 2029 TIP. And that resolution was just passed by the Board of Directors in December of 2024. Okay, so as Grace indicated, this is something that we typically do every other year. This encapsulates all of the NOACA funded projects as well as projects funded by ODOT and the transit agencies. It's essentially for the federally funded projects. The next TIP will take place July 1st, 2025, which is this year, through June 30th of 2029. And it consists of those roadway and transportation alternatives projects, which include roadway, bridge, active transportation projects for implementation, transit projects, which essentially is mostly the public transit capital projects, as well as their operations funding for implementation. And it does include a lot of things that are required by the federal government. We have a narrative, and we also have appendices. And so these include our air quality conformity analysis, fiscal constraints, environmental justice analysis, performance measures, and our public involvement process. So that is all essentially there for you to review. State Fiscal Year 26 or 29 TIP includes those NOACA administered funds that I just mentioned, STBG, TA, and CRP, as well as our CMAQ program. And ODOT federal funding programs, public transit agencies, and other governmental unit funding. So this document is fairly large. There's a lot to it. And essentially it includes, as I mentioned, those air quality conformity components, fiscal constraints, environmental justice, our transportation performance measures, and our public involvement process. So we do have our narrative, which is one piece. And then most of these items are actually included in our appendices for the document. Okay, so a little bit of a schedule here. As mentioned, the Board of Directors approved the NOACA funded projects on December 13th, 2024 through resolution 2024-57. And then NOACA staff received the draft list of highway projects for the statewide transportation improvement program on January 13th, and then we received the draft list of transit projects on January 14th. That was just a few weeks ago. And so with that, those lists of projects, they are used to develop our draft transportation improvement program, and we also do an EJ and financial analysis to that. And so then once we review those lists and do all of that draft analysis, that's due to ODOT actually today. We submitted it yesterday evening. So everything's in that needs to be in at this point in time. And so, and we've also published a lot of those materials on our website, which I'll get to in a little bit. And that's going to be changing throughout the next 2 months or so. So then ODOT will have their ability to provide comments to our draft materials, and those are due back to us as of March 3rd. And then the second draft tip will be available for the ODOT 30-day public involvement period, starting March 10th. And so those comments then that come to us for all those materials from ODOT have to be addressed in our next draft of the tip. Okay, so this is the first of a handful of slides that includes different breakdowns of the funding on the entire tip. And I should mention, this is the full tip. This is not just NOACA funds. NOACA funds are a small portion of the entire transportation improvement program for the region. So this first chart actually demonstrates the total amount of tip projects by county, excluding operating funds. So this is really just the capital funds. And you can see there that 73% of that goes to Cuyahoga County projects, down to 3% going to Geauga County projects. And there's a breakdown in the table there at the bottom. And so the total amount of capital projects we expect is that about $1.8 billion. That's an investment to the region from the federal government as well as the local and state contributions. Okay, so now this is broke down a little bit differently. This is the breakdown by improvement type. And so we break this down typically for our tip for enhancement projects, expansion projects, and maintenance projects. So you can see the majority of our projects are maintenance projects in the region. A lot of those are your NOACA, ODOT, and even transit agency projects to make sure that facilities are functioning at the same level as they have been in the past to provide that ability for people to move as they can in the region. And then we also have about 20% there of enhancement projects. That includes a lot of things. Includes things like noise walls, active transportation projects, and other enhancements. Safety projects too are actually included under enhancements. And then we only have a small amount there at expand. I believe only one project that is in our list meets that definition. Okay, and then this chart illustrates the highway projects specifically by project type. So this is just highway, no transit projects are captured here. So for our region, about 41% of those are roadway, 43% of the investment is bridge, 7% of the investment is bicycle pedestrian, and 9% is enhancement, which would be non-bicycle and pedestrian. And those then total down in the table below. And this also excludes highway operating, just want to make sure you know that. And then lastly, this chart illustrates the transit projects by type. So then our 4 types are rail infrastructure, facilities improvements, equipment and operation support, as well as revenue vehicle replacements. And so there you see that the rail infrastructure is about 50% for the region, and we have revenue vehicle replacements is about just under 20% there. And so that tallies about $400 million of investment for the region over this 4-year period for our 5 transit agencies. Okay, so now just a few breakdowns by kind of project type over the next few slides. This slide illustrates the bridge projects. It says major projects. They're not all listed. Not all of the major projects are listed. We typically define major as 12 million and above. But there's actually a lot of projects in our list. So, we have our Hilliard Bridge project. We have State Route 17, both in Cuyahoga County. Then we also have, Interstate 77, State Route 10, and the Carter Road Lift Bridge in the city of Cleveland. Next, we have some roadway projects. Interstate 271, the North Coast Connector, which Adam presented on earlier. I-77 again, Interstate 90, the Lee Road project. This is actually just the Shaker Heights portion, and then the I-90 project. And then there's some other projects here. These are some of our major transit projects that are included. Obviously, rail car replacements, GCRTA bus replacements, paratransit vehicles. Lake Tran also has several vehicle replacements of note here. And then we have some rail infrastructure projects. And then Adam noted the new Lake Tran Shoregate Transfer Center improvements. And then for active transportation, we have our Superior Cycle Track. Actually, will be right out here in front of NOACA. The Rays Cleveland East Side Trails, which was in the previous presentation, and then the Lake Link Trail, which was also in a previous presentation, and that is kind of along Irishtown Bend. So also we do an environmental justice analysis. This is kind of our draft analysis for our draft narrative that's been submitted to ODOT. The intention here is to establish that a reasonable distribution of benefits with the program of projects is provided throughout the NOACA region, and that there's not a disproportionate level of investment or impacts targeted to EJ areas versus non-EJ areas. So right there is our map of projects overlaid with our NOACA environmental justice areas, kind of in that light green color. I know it's hard to see here, but we do have a version of that, our draft narrative, which is on our website. Okay, so moving forward with some logistics about our process. So at March 14th, we intend to present that second draft tip to the Board of Directors for approval. That first draft tip, was provided to ODOT yesterday, and we will have those materials up on the website soon. And then the board approved tip will also be available for the ODOT required 30-day public comment period, March 11th through April 11th. We will also provide review will be provided by US DOT and ODOT, including all required components and reflecting the updated project information and revisions. And so on top of that, NOACA does have our own public involvement process. It does overlap with ODOT's 30-day STIP tip public involvement period. Theirs is March 11th through April 11th. So far, what we've done is we have a web page. The link is in your packet to that, and I'll share that in a moment. It's on the NOACA website that we've put together, and that went live last week. And so it does and will include the draft tip narrative, the project lists, and appendices with public comment function. So that being said, those project lists are pretty long, and they're in a new format this time because ODOT has rolled out their e-STIP, which is new. So that's new for us to kind of learn how to input all the projects and then be able to pull down projects from the system that's tied to their ELLA system, but it's actually very efficient. And so it's new, but long-term it's good for us to better manage those project lists. And so you'll see they're in a different format. They are on our website currently. I believe the transit list has about 432 projects, and that's the highway list is about 432 projects. And our transit list, I don't recall that number. I know it's around 150 or so. So there's a lot of projects that are listed there for the public to review on and stakeholders such as yourselves. We are also going to include a hyperlink to a map as we did 2 years ago. That's going to be on the public web page. And so you should be able to then click on a separate web link that will take you to a map, and you can click around and click on the projects. It actually looks a lot like that EJ map that we just saw a few slides ago. But you can click on the projects. There will be an informational box that will pop up on there, and it will pull up the project's ID number and the name, and then you can go ahead and submit a comment, and that'll submit it to our email for this. So that's kind of a fun thing, and it also will function on the phone as well as the computer. And then we're also going to host a handful of public open houses, which I'll get to on the next slide. Also, we're going to provide informational postcards to be distributed throughout the region. We have relationships with a lot of libraries and community partners that we distribute those to. And that's really just a little postcard that provides information about the dates of our public open houses, as well as links to those web pages so people can actually go there and provide comment on the actual materials. It's a lot to go through. And then lastly, we intend to have some of basic information at kiosks through our existing program that we have at libraries. We have these movable kiosks you may have heard about or seen out and about before. So we want to make sure we provide some information there to get other people involved. Okay, so I mentioned those public involvement process open houses. We're currently coordinating with ODOT districts 3 and 12 on these open houses. And so at this point, I think we're going to have 8 of them at various locations through the region. They will be in all 5 NOACA counties. Actually, at this point in time, I think 5 of those 8 have been confirmed. So those should be up on our website soon. I should note that those are going to occur between March 19th and April 3rd. of this year. And I know the first one is actually confirmed March 19th at ODOT District 12's office. I believe that's 12:30 to 5:30. That's on our website already. So all of this information, there's a lot of it, and we're going to be updating a lot of those lists in the draft narrative concurrently as we move through over the next couple of months. So updated information is going to be on this website, essentially nowaka.org/regional-planning /major-planning documents /tip public comment. So that's available in this presentation and in your packet. And we'll also be promoting that out and about. So that's where you'll find the updated version of materials, be able to comment, and our map. Okay, so after that being said, significant comments resulting from public involvement period will be presented to you, the Planning and Programming Committee, at your next meeting on March 11th. And then we will reflect those comments in our final tip, which will be submitted to USDOT for approval. And so then our final tip will be submitted to ODOT on April 30th. So I know that was a lot of information, and we have a lot of information to share on that webpage to you. Just want to let you know, but this is a standard process that we go through every other year. So that being said, we're asking the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 2025 Board of Directors agenda, the NOACA State Fiscal Year 2026 through 2029 Draft Transportation Improvement Program.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Director Serby. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Regovich. Is there any discussion? Mayor Lai.
We talked about March 11th, bringing it back to us.
So
Tuesday.
Oh, April 11th. I'm sorry,
Thank
I may
you.
have said March. Yeah, it's your next meeting is, I believe, April 11th. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for catching that. Mayor Holtzheimer Gale.
I'm just curious, in this new format, is it searchable at all, or do you have to just scroll through?
You should be able to Control F and put, names of projects or ODOT PIDs if you have those.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? The ayes have it, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is State Fiscal Year 2025 Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative TLCI Program Project Recommendations. Leah Telepak.
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Telepak. It's that time of year. We're going to talk about the TLCI recommendations. So the action requested is that you recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 2025 Board of Directors agenda, the approval of the State Fiscal Year 2025 TLCI program recommendations. And previous action, of course, we took it through the process presented to the various subcommittees, advisory councils, et cetera. Purpose of TLCI is to improve livability in Northeast Ohio's communities, support the vision of NOACA's Regional Strategic Plan and Long Range Transportation Plan, to provide federal funding assistance to local communities, and support planning that leads to implementation. So these are the standard TLCI policy objectives: to develop transportation projects that provide more travel options through complete streets and context-sensitive solutions, increasing user safety and supporting positive public health impacts, promote reinvestment in underutilized or vacant abandoned properties through development concepts supported by multimodal transportation systems, support economic development through place-based transportation and land use recommendations, and connect these proposals with existing assets and investments. And then the last three policy objectives: ensure that the benefits and burdens of growth, change, and transportation projects are distributed equitably by integrating accessibility and environmental justice into the projects. Enhance regional cohesion by supporting collaboration between regional and community partners. And provide people with safe and reliable transportation choices that enhance their quality of life. The application round opened on August 16th of 2024, just last year, and it closed on October 9th. We received 16 implementation requests totaling about $7.75 million. We did not do planning study applications this round. And then we did virtual presentations with each applicant so we could go over their projects at the end of October and early November last year. So the state fiscal year 2025 TLCI funding we had available was the typical annual budget of 2 million. And then we had an additional 413,000 in carryover funds, making our total for this round $2,413,286. So these are the projects we recommend for TLCI award this round. We have a dual submitted project between the cities of Cleveland Heights and East Cleveland. We have a City of Cleveland project, Cuyahoga County and Shaker Heights, City of Euclid, City of Lorraine, and City of Maple Heights. And you can see the total project costs, the NOACA funding that each applicant requested, the NOACA recommended funding, and the NOACA participation percentage. And you see at the bottom, it equals the total sum of the available funding. This slide represents the rest of the applicants that submitted projects this round, but that staff are not recommending at this time. This action recommends the $2,413,000 in available funding for the 2025 TLCI program to be awarded to the recommended projects. The TLCI program is funded by an annual set-aside from NOACA's Surface Transportation Block Grant, STBG, program funds during the development of NOACA's annual overall work program and biennial TIP. Next steps is pending board approval. NOACA staff will work with the project sponsors to implement the projects. So we are requesting that you recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the March 2025 Board of Directors agenda, the approval of the state fiscal year 2025 TLCI recommendations. And I can take any questions that anyone has.
Okay, very good. Well, let's get the motion out first. Is there a motion to approve? Okay. Exley, is there a second? Oh, I think Mayor Holzheimer Gale, did you second? Okay. Mayor Gale then. All right, is there any discussion? Well, I'll just say this. I mean, there are a lot of projects here that obviously, weren't recommended at this time. And obviously the competitive grant and would like to hear a little bit more perhaps about the process with respect to how some were recommended and some weren't.
I can't, I'm so sorry. It's very difficult to hear you guys back here, so I really couldn't
I'm
hear
sorry.
you.
No, I was just saying, yes, there were quite, I mean, there's a number of projects here that were recommended and a few that were not. Is there anything that we can say with regards to the ones that weren't to make them perhaps better eligible for selection next time?
Oh, yes, of course. We always recommend or offer, suggest that those applicants can talk with us, ask, what can I do to make it more competitive the next round? There's also CMAQ applications that are going to open up shortly, and TA funds as well, that a lot of those applications might be eligible for. So we do recommend that as well.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any further discussion? Ms. English.
Just a quick question. On the ones that you didn't give them their full request, have you talked to the cities to ensure that they can still do the project, or how did you come up with the amounts that were awarded?
Absolutely. When we do those virtual presentations with them, the end of October, early November, we ask them if your project is to be awarded, are you okay with partial funding? We ask just to make sure. And so all of the ones that we recommended funding for, if they were partial, the city agreed to it. Also, typically we look at the cost estimate provided by the engineers. And if there's partial funding, we will take out elements such as maybe they have a lot of trees that they want to plant, or one had a gateway arch. So we make sure that that's okay with the applicants as well.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? The ayes have it and the motion carries. Thank you. Okay, next is Lorraine County FPA and NEORSD Southwest FPA boundary and prescription modification request. South Marks Road, Columbia Township. Sarah Stanzi.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Stanzi, and I'm a Water Quality Planner 1 here at NOACA. Today, we have 2 FPA modifications that we are requesting action on. The first one involves the Lorain County and NEORSD Southwest FPA, and those are on South Marks Road in Columbia Township. So we are requesting that this item is recommended to the Executive Committee for consideration of placement on the March 2025 Board of Directors agenda. This item would modify the Lorain County FPA by transferring 3 parcels that are totaling 50.26 acres on South Marks Road in Columbia Township to the NEORSD Southwest FPA, and changing the prescriptions for all 3 parcels from limited sewers expected within 20 years to sewers expected within 20 years. This item was recommended by the Water Quality Subcommittee at their December 20th, 2024 meeting. So here's some background on the item. The reason for the FPA modification is to allow for the extension of sanitary sewers along South Marks Road. The applicant is Lorain County Sanitary Engineer. And again, the transfer area is 3 parcels in Columbia Township, currently in the Lorain County FPA. And the proposed transfer is to the NEORSD Southwest FPA, and changing the prescriptions from limited sewers expected within 20 years to sewers expected within 20 years. The affected parties include Lorain County, NEORSD, and Columbia Township. All parties have been notified and are in agreement. So here are our maps of the modification area. Attachment 2 on the left-hand side of the screen shows the current FPA boundaries and prescriptions. So showing that those 3 parcels are currently in Lorain County FPA and have the prescription limited sewers expected within 20 years. And attachment 3 on the right-hand side of the screen shows our proposed FPA boundary modification, transferring those parcels to the NEORSD Southwest FPA and changing the prescriptions to sewers expected within 20 years. So water quality planning staff provides this analysis. We also have a more detailed staff review in the packet for today's meeting. But this FPA modification request is related to Pulte Homes' Del Webb Hickory Greens development. The modification area is the location where Pulte Homes is looking to expand their approved plan for the Del Webb Hickory Greens development and construct additional homes on these parcels. This proposed modification is consistent with Clean Water 2020, NOACA's 208 plan, and there are no financial impacts related to this item. So our next steps following NOACA board approval, the modification will be submitted to the Ohio EPA for certification by the governor, and copies of the resolution will be sent to the appropriate agencies. So again, we are requesting that this item is recommended to the Executive Committee for its consideration of placement on the March 2025 Board of Directors agenda. That is to modify the Lorain County FPA by transferring 3 parcels or 50.26 acres on South Marks Road in Columbia Township to the NEORSD Southwest FPA, and changing the prescriptions from limited sewers expected within 20 years to sewers expected within 20 years.
Okay, very good. Is there a motion? Motion by Mayor Lai. Is there a second? Second by Mayor Holtzheimer Gale. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you. Next is item G, Bedford Heights FPA boundary modification request, no facility planning area FPA within the Village of Orange. Pam Davis.
Hello, everyone. I'm a senior water quality planner here. And as Sarah mentioned, this is the second of 2 FPA modification requests that we have. This modification is from the city of Bedford Heights regarding a no planning area, which I'll chat about in a few minutes, to allow for a development along the south side of Harbert Road and east of Orange Place in Bedford Heights. So again, modify this no planning area. So originally, when the Clean Water Act was passed, when it was passed, it was really about, we need to address all these point sources of pollution. So at the time, they offered a lot of grants available under Section 201 of the Clean Water Act. And so when those grants were provided, these wastewater treatment plants were given money to upgrade their wastewater treatment facilities, and they actually draw a line around where their intended service would be. Not necessarily the same thing as a service area agreement, but kind of future planning. And that's where we get our FPA boundary areas from, is that original 201 grant layout, right? So over the past, 20, 30 years, we've been revising those boundaries to reflect parcel lines. Well, in the case of the no planning area, no wastewater treatment facility was in this vicinity, so there was no grants provided through the 201, so there was no boundary established. So we have this area and another area on the western side of Cuyahoga County that we call no planning area. So there's not a designated management agency, there's not a wastewater treatment plant to receive it. There may be sewers within the area, but go to another. So the conversation is, what do you do with a no planning area when development wants to happen? So in this case, we received the request from the city of Bedford Heights, who is an adjacent designated management agency that has a wastewater treatment plant that has capacity to accept the flow and treat it. In this case, since it's a no planning area, we considered the communities that are affected by it as affected jurisdictions. We also considered the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District as an affected jurisdiction. And I'll show the map here in a minute, and it'll become a little bit more apparent why we considered all of these folks in this decision. So again, it's to allow a sanitary sewer to flow to the Bedford Heights wastewater treatment plant for a proposed senior living facility with some commercial development. Originally, we had been approached by a property owner and a developer, and we said the applicant must be a primary designated management agency, which is the city of Bedford Heights. So this area is really 5 parcels totaling 45.83 acres in Orange Village. So Orange Village is considered an affected jurisdiction as well. So there's no current FPA, DMA that has to sign off on it. So the proposed, we would take it from the no planning area where there's no sewer plans to Bedford Heights facility planning area. So we changed that boundary. We're not asking for a prescription to be changed here, and I'll show you on the map in a minute. The area is already kind of identified, well, it's been prescribed as currently or to be sewered in the next 20 years. So again, the affected parties are Bedford Heights as the applicant, Orange Village as the community that would be impacted, Orangeville Heights because they have sanitary sewers through that, Cuyahoga County as well with sanitary sewers, and then the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District. So we've notified all the parties. All parties are in agreement. And so what we're proposing is that I'm going to use the marker here because I think it's helpful to understand. The existing facility planning area on the map on the left follows accordingly. And you can see that there's a black area. And this is an area that's currently served by a communal private system. So the options for treatment in the hatched area would have been to go to the Regional Sewer District, Bedford Heights, or the private communal system. There's not enough capacity with the Regional Sewer District. The prices at the communal private system were much higher, and Bedford Heights is willing to accept the flow. And so this is a very unique situation for facility planning area boundaries. But again, all parties are in agreement. And we are proposing on the map on the right that we actually remove this little, division, and we actually include all of this hatched area that is south of Orange and south of Harvard and east of Orange in the Bedford Heights facility planning area. It's my understanding that it will allow gravity sewers. That's what we've determined. And again, it's for the proposed senior living and commercial development in that no planning area. And again, will be consistent with the Clean Water 2020 plan. Again, no financial impacts to NOACA. We are the regional planning agency contracted by Ohio EPA to do this work. As always, our recommendations from planning and programming go to the executive committee for placement on the board's agenda. Once the board approves it, then the project sponsor can move forward. Ultimately, annually, we certify these resolutions that the board passes through submitting them to Ohio EPA for certification with the governor of Ohio. And then we submit to US EPA for approval. And obviously, once our board acts with the resolution, we forward those resolutions as well. So again, this is to recommend to the executive committee for placement on the board's March meeting to modify the no facility planning area boundary in the village of Orange to transfer 5 parcels to the city of Bedford Heights FPA for a total of 45.83 acres and 5 parcels.
Okay, very good. Is there a motion? Okay, motion to approve, Commissioner Regovich. Is there a second? Second by Director Magovic. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? The ayes have it, the motion carries. Thank you. We move on to presentation and discussion items. Future action item, state fiscal year 2026 overall work program OWP overview. Grace Galucci and Ronnie Blackshear.
Yes, good afternoon again. This is the annual overall work program, which is often called an operating budget. This is our opportunity to present to you the various projects that we have in that document. Many states call it a unified planning work program. That is what the feds call it. We have at this time focused on FY 2026, and it's hard to believe we're already thinking about 26, but we are. We just got into 25. Nevertheless, this is an opportunity for me to thank the staff and to bring to your attention the great work that staff does. Annually, we evaluate the work of staff. That's done mid-year, but this is where we start to prepare the budgets for 26 and therefore ultimately the performance plan and the performance planning process. So I will turn it over to Ronnie Blackshear to go through the details of the 2026 overall work program. And also as a note, we present the content of the overall work program to this committee, and we present the budget or the financial components of this document to the Finance and Audit Committee.
Thank you, Grace. For the record, Ronnie Blackshear with NOACA staff. There's no action that's being requested for this item. The item is being presented for information. And there's no previous action as the FY25 OWP overview. As far as the overall work program, it includes new initiatives, ongoing activities, the budget, and a framework for, it also represents a framework for the long-range plan implementation. As far as the steps of in the creation of the OWP annually in from August to December of each year, the work begins on the OWP and budget plan. For this particular one, FY26, February 14th, the budget portion will be presented to the Finance and Audit Committee. And the OWP will also be presented to the Executive Committee. March 7th represents the draft of the OWP to ODOT, FTA, and FHWA. March 14th, it goes to the board for action approval of the OWP. And the final draft is due to ODOT, FTA, and FHWA on May 9th of this year. As far as the work program activities, the following divisions participate in its development, which includes executive, programming, strategic and environmental planning, transportation planning and engineering, public affairs, administrative services, and finance. For the sake of time, I won't read everything, but I'll give you some of the background of the activities that are included in the OWP. Under the executive division, provides overall administration, management, and strategic leadership of the organization, government relations, manage and maintain the comprehensive economic development strategy, or SEDS, board committee and council support. Under programming, manage the state fiscal year 26 through 29 transportation improvement program, the LEC Scenic Byway program, administer NOACO capital funding programs and regional van pool program, advance regional infrastructure accelerator, RIA initiatives, submit annual completion report, and administer the 5310 Enhanced Mobility for Seniors and Individuals with Disabilities program, and provide mobility management resources through the GoHio commute platform. Under strategic and environmental planning, prepare air quality index public forecasts, alerts, and messaging, publish annual reports and technical guides on air quality, provide technical support for air quality outreach and public education, manage the GoHio commute platform, which includes administration improvements and performance metrics, and develop of the regional climate action plan. Continuing with strategic and environmental planning, they coordinate with Ohio EPA on work to reduce nutrient pollution, review wastewater treatment plans for consistency with the Clean Water Act of 2020, manage FPA boundaries and prescriptions, map dispute negotiations, continue managing and maintaining the Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund. Under TPE, the Transportation Engineering section, they manage implementation of NOACA EV Stations program, develop community safety reports, manage signal timing optimization program, or the STOP projects, manage transportation for the TLCI initiative program, and update the regional freight plan. The transportation modeling portion of TPE provide technical assistance and analysis in response to internal and external requests utilizing NOACA's trip-based travel forecasting models, update the functional classification system as needed, manage the annual traffic count program, complete the housing travel survey, update and maintain the NOACA GIS portal, and implement GIS data analysis and mapping requests. Under the transportation planning portion of the TPE division, they implement the annual bike and pedestrian manual and automatic count collection program, maintain and update NOACA's Activate plan, update and maintain the level of traffic stress, LTS, for cycling and county bike maps, identify and prioritize non-motorized facility investments, update the NOACA Transit Oriented Development Plan, TOD plan, and the bike map maintenance and bike app development. Under public affairs, develop and implement communication and marketing strategies to increase awareness, understanding, and support of NOACA's vision, mission, and goals. Craft content marketing approach that focuses on cohesive engagement and distribution of valuable, sustainable, relevant, and consistent messaging across all agency services to attract and retain audiences and their experiences through our digital platforms and communications. And they also plan, develop, and implement public affairs agenda and priorities that articulate and advocate NOACA's regional planning and policy development goals. The Administrative Services Division, provision of building reception and clerical and general administrative services in support of agency-wide operations, provision of information technology services, including end-user support, secure computing, and maintenance of system network and applications. The coordination of human services, including retention, hiring, and onboarding employees, resolution of employment-related issues, administration of employee policies and procedures, execution of the employee performance evaluation process, and delivery of agency-wide trainings. Under the Finance Division, oversee financial management, receipts, payments, reports, and accounting for all local grant and other revenue sources. Oversee development and management of the OWP budget, and facilitate annual audit of NOACA's financial statements. The next steps is the public review beginning in early February. The draft for the OWP will be placed on the February agendas of Finance and Audit, the budget portion, and executive committees pending board approval at its March meeting. Again, no action is requested. This item is being presented for information, and I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, very good. Floor is open. Are there any questions, comments, discussion? For want of anybody jumping right in, I just want to say that I was happy to see, the ongoing maintenance of the bike app in there, as well as the continuing work on the traffic concentration. I'm using the wrong term here for the various bike maps in the 5-county regions. So I'm glad to see that those are being kept up and that we're continuing to work on that. So
Yes,
we
sir.
work on active transportation infrastructure. Anybody else have anything? All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Blackshear. Did you have anything further, Grace?
No, thank you.
Okay, very good. We'll close out that item and move on then to the information item, household travel survey update, Grace Galucci, and I believe there's a representative from WESTAT?
Yes, Westat.
Westat.
Westat, yes,
I
thank you.
almost went with West there. Okay, all right.
It was, yeah. So the household travel survey is an important initiative that we undertake every decade, similar to the census. And it provides us a detailed picture of the daily travel patterns of residents in the region. And the largest use, or the reason that we do this, is for calibrating and validating the NOACA travel forecasting model and to update its socioeconomic parameter values. How many of you received the household travel survey? Yeah, a couple of you. How many actually did it?
2/3 of you should have raised your hand.
I think I did it.
Okay, so just kind of getting into seeing how many of you actually participated in that, because one of the things that I was very glad that I received it, I participated in it, and it gave me a great opportunity to see what this is like behind the curtain. So with that, I will turn it over to our consultant from Westat.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for having us here today. And what this means is that we're close to pushing this over the finish line. So what I'd like to do today is share some background information. So there were really two objectives of the survey. I'm sorry, by the way, no action is requested. It's just for presentation and discussion only.
And could you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Jesse Casas.
Thank you.
And previous action, I know Ali and his staff presented some background information at previous committee meetings too. So as Ms. Galucci mentioned, this is a pretty big undertaking. It's a regional household travel survey, so every member of the household participates in the survey and reports all of their travel for a 24-hour period. And our goal was complete 9,000 completed surveys. We did do 2 waves of data collection while schools were in session in the spring of 2024. We didn't have a robust sample size, so we went back out in the fall to finish up the survey. As you can see there, we mailed 685,000 invitations. That's why I said about 2/3 of you probably should have received an invitation, if you remember, which represents about 70% of the region's households. These days with household travel surveys and surveys in general, response rates are really hard to come by. People just really don't want to participate in surveys. So that was one of our main challenges. So we went back out again, as I mentioned in the fall, to try to do that. Because part of good travel demand modeling and forecasting and planning is to have a robust sample size and have a representative sample of households for that travel demand modeling and forecasting. So we did end up with just over 8,100 completed surveys. And so I kind of want to just briefly go over some of the key demographic distributions. The thing that we try to make sure that the survey represents the region, the population, is to compare it against census data and distribution. So I'll share some of that with you, and then my colleague, Laura Wilson, will share some of the results in terms of trip rates and things like that. So we can go through this pretty quickly. As you can see here, we had goals set for each of the counties within the study area. These were full counties with the exception of Portage and Summit counties. Those were just certain census blocks that we wanted to see if we can capture some travel behaviors into the greater region. By design, the survey was to pick up typical travel behaviors. So we selected Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday as typical travel. And as you can see there, we got about a third from the samples in each of those 3 days. Randomly selection in terms of the distributions by day of the week. As you can see here, the household size matches the ACS distributions. One of the toughest things to do is, as some of you who participated, if you have a larger household, the burden is much greater because each person in the household has to report their travel for a 24-hour period. So I was glad to see that the 4+ person households matches our ACS. And by the way, all of these results are preliminary, they're unweighted. So any deviations from census, the next step is to conduct weighting and expansion of the data. And so it's good to see that here with preliminary unweighted data that the numbers match. About a quarter of the households have at least one child present. We'll take a look at some statistics there. Now, one of the things that we noticed is that the zero vehicle households were underrepresented. And there's some correlation between low income households. Those are typically harder to survey. So this was not unexpected. As hard as we tried to push and trying to get all households represented, that was one of the toughest things to do. So it's about half of what our goal was. But again, we're going to weight those households up, zero vehicle households, to make sure that they are represented. Just some preliminary things in terms of vehicle makeup, the fleet. As you can see there, 83% or so of total number of vehicles are gas powered, and you can see the distribution. We put the raw numbers in there because the other numbers were so small in terms of percentage wise. One of the other metrics for determining trip making behavior is the number of workers in the household. And as you can see there, it's a really good match with the census distributions. We also had a kind of a post-COVID, what percent of the people who are employed are teleworking? And as you can see there, nearly half of those who do telework work 5 days per week. And it's about a fifth of all workers usually work from home. So a little over 1 in 5 workers nowadays work from home. We don't know yet whether that's going to be the norm. I think some things are still changing. Some policies are changing in terms of showing up to the office, those sorts of things. So we'll see what happens in the next survey. As I mentioned before, as you can see here, the household income distribution, we were slightly underrepresented in low-income households. And again, those households will be weighted up. And we oversampled or overrepresented households in the higher incomes. So those will be weighted down. So I'll turn it over to Laura Wilson, and she'll share some trip information for you.
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, for the fun part, now we get to look at the preliminary and unweighted travel behavior patterns that we find from the 8,000 plus households that participated. One of the core outcomes of a travel survey is trip rates. So we will calculate the household trip rate, which here you see is 7.8, which actually is fairly reflective of pre-pandemic travel trip rates, household trip rates. We saw them more depressed in surveys that were conducted during the more lockdown periods during the pandemic. And then within the household that we see 3.4 daily trips per person. Again, that's for a given typical weekday, sampled Tuesday through Thursday. Unsurprisingly, we see that households that have children living in the home, which was about 2,000 of the 8,000 responding households, had at least one child within the home. So the household trip rate for households with children at home was more than double that of households without children. And trip rates by county and by household size. We can see that one person households or smaller households have a fairly tight range of trips between basically just about 4 trips per person. And then the more people you add, the higher your household trip rate, up to, between 12 and 14 for the 3+ person households. Trip rates are by county. This is person trip rates by county. Again, fairly similar across counties, between 3.2 and 3.6 trips per person on a given day, a typical day. Trip rates by age. The age categories here show that the highest average trip rate for BIN has been 40 to 49 years old. That could be related to sort of the time in a household's life cycle where you have children with activities unable to drive themselves, that sort of thing. But we do see higher trip rates among the older population. And Jesse, I think, did not mention, and so I don't know if we have the context of that. One of the options for completing the survey, the travel reporting portion of the survey, is to use a smartphone app. So Westat has developed a smartphone app for collecting travel survey data. There's kind of a long history of using GPS and location-based sensors to augment self-reported household travel survey data. As you can see here, it's typically is able to capture shorter trips and less habitual trips. So a stop at the bank, stop at the dry cleaner, those sorts of things. The app automatically detects it because of the phone being full of sensors that tell us how long you dwell somewhere, when your speed drops, those sorts of things. Anyway, so you can see here that we do see, pretty significant trip rate differences between households that use the smartphone app to complete and households that did not. Here we binned all trips into a few slots, like windows of day time. Previously, pre-pandemic, we would be seeing a higher morning peak and then the evening peak, typical morning and evening peaks. In recent surveys, we're seeing less of the morning peak. Like here you can tell that what would normally have been the earlier the 9 or the 9 to noon would be a little bit higher, but it's not. But then we still do see that late afternoon, early evening peak from 3 to 6, which is most likely when people are doing pickup, drop off for activities, household errands, that sort of thing. That looks like it got offset. So this is travel modes from all trips. And we put, again, here we did counts instead of proportions because many of them were so small that they were 0%. But that is to say, and it's follows what would we expect normally is about 85% of trips reported being either a driver or a passenger in a vehicle, with walking being about 8% on top of that. So then the remaining 6% of trips fall into this, sort of dozen or so other modes that are less typical and used less frequently. So trip distance by county may be of interest. And is probably explained by geography of the region, that the shortest average trip distance is from Cuyahoga. It's just over 6 miles, and the longest being from Geauga at 8.8 miles. It may just be that takes longer to get places. We also have this in time in another slide in 1 second. And then distance by mode, pardon me. The thing to keep in mind about, or to note about the modes is, again, 92% of trips were personal vehicle, which was, let me find them. The distances are, you know, not too high. For example, the motorcycle and moped, that's at 19.6, or 19.7, there were only 68 mode motorcycle trips out of the 62,000. So once it's weighted, those numbers will flatten out a bit, but yeah. And then this is like the trip distance by mode. This is the duration by mode. Again, the 62-minute bike share is a single instance of a mode. And we can see that on average, passenger and driver trips are between, you know, around 19 minutes per trip. I think for the sake of time, we have more slides than we need. So I can go ahead, or? Okay. We looked at a couple of other demographics with travel behavior that may be of interest. As I mentioned, there was an app available. There was an age eligibility limit, so only 13 and up were allowed to install with assent from parents. So we saw obviously far fewer people installing in the under 19 group. But then, you know, fairly even. So it's not like there's just a handful of smartphone users that are going to augment the full sample. It was a fairly even distribution of smartphone users across the sample. Gender, just hard to see the legend at the bottom, at least it is for me. Nothing unexpected. Race, we were pretty on target with census. Ethnicity, similarly, pretty on target, slightly under on having captured a representative Hispanic sample. Again, it's unweighted. Housing tenure, we did not have a benchmark for this, but 76% of households were living in a home that was either with or without a mortgage. 23% were renting, which actually is just around the benchmark. We did offer Spanish to all the survey instruments, whether it was through the website, through a phone interview, or the smartphone app, were translated and available to be conducted in Spanish. We only had 10 out of the 8,173 final households that actually used the Spanish translation language. And so from here, as Jesse said, we'll be calculating the weights for the final set of households and persons and trips. And then we will compile the methods report and the final results report for, I think by March we'll be finished. We should be finished with everything before March. Thank you for the opportunity. Jesse.
Any questions?
Are there any questions? Yes.
We've done a lot of surveys recently, and it is difficult to get folks to respond. But I'm wondering, is this a statistically valid survey? And have you gone out to try to capture the respondents that have not responded?
Yeah, we did. There were several attempts to try to get those all the respondents. So it's a randomly selected sample frame. And so that's why only certain households receive the invitation. There are other methods where you can open it up to non-probability sampling, like just inviting everybody. But that's not the right way to do it in terms of a representative sample, because you don't know anything about those who you didn't get in terms of that non-probability sample. So it's purely random based.
But is it, are the respondents proportionate to the communities that we have in NOACA?
Yes.
Because in the city of Cleveland, to have 92% of the vehicles, personal vehicles, I mean, that's a really high percentage of our residents that would be captured in that statistic.
Yeah, the survey area did include the 5 full counties, and then, as I mentioned, just partial counties in Summit and Portage. So it just depends on what that distribution is throughout the entire region. As we selected the addresses to survey, they were done in proportion to the number or the percentage of households throughout the region first at the county level, and then within the county, a general randomization of the households. Now, there are some households, as you can see in some of the results, where they were underrepresented, like the zero vehicle households, some minority households, low income households. Those are the ones that are typically more difficult to survey. And so as much as we also offered incentives too. $5 per person in the household, plus another $5 if they decided to install the app. Because that's just another step, and we wanted to make sure that we were equitable in terms of by household size. So that's why we did it by person. So it's some of those techniques to try to get people represented in the survey. But yeah, it is all purely random, distributed by county and then within each county.
And how did you, besides the app, how did you give folks the opportunity to respond? In what methods?
Yeah, so we had a project website that was also used as a portal. Each household received a unique PIN. So they go in through the website and they can report their recruitment survey, which included all the demographic information. We assigned a travel date, and then they could report their travel that way. So through the web, the smartphone app, if they decided to download the app, they can report their travel through that. And then we also had a help desk. Believe it or not, there's still a small percentage of households that have a landline phone. And so lately we were seeing just a little bit less than 5% of households are actually completing by phone. So they call that help desk and report their travel that way too.
And did you consider just having a mail-in option? Because there are folks that don't have a computer at home and might not have a cell phone that is readily accessible.
Yeah, that's a great question, which is why we offered the telephone survey. So back when I first started my career many years ago, there was this mail out, mail back option. But as a participant, you know, it's really complicated in terms of the number of questions that we ask. We ask all the questions about each person, and then they report all the trips by person within a household. So in the old days, it used to just be a diary, okay? And each person in the household had a diary. They would fill it out manually, and then they would mail it back. We'd have to transcribe it, enter all that data. The vast majority of the time, there were always mistakes because these are highly complex surveys, right? And so providing address information, mode of travel, who did you travel with, your start and end times for each trip, there were a lot of errors. So we would rather have an interviewer mediated survey completion process so that we can kind of walk them through the entire survey process. The mail out, mail back is not feasible in terms of collecting accurate and complete data.
Yeah, I mean, maybe your questions are a little bit too complicated for that, but we find that it's a good option to offer. I heard a statistic the other day that 70% of homes in the city of Cleveland are single family home or single parent homes. I mean, those are the types of statistics that I think play into travel times and traveled, number of trips that I don't see reflected in this data for the city of Cleveland. I know this is a multi-county engagement effort, but I just wanted to ask some questions about your efforts.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, so I think that's a very good point in terms of looking at, and we'll work with Ali and his staff in terms of what other factors should we look at in terms of the weighting process? If there are certain types of households that are underrepresented in the survey, I mean, that's an excellent point. That could be another dimension. One of the things that Laura mentioned was life cycle. So it's how households move through that life cycle, whether they're single, children present, no children present, and then retirees. And so we look at kind of their trip rates that way, and we can adjust the survey in that way. So that would address your point there. So I appreciate that.
Are you able to break out information to include the city of Cleveland as a separate entity?
Well, I think what we could do, so this was designed as a regional survey. So and we can certainly work with your staff in terms of looking at specific areas as well. Once the data are delivered, you can slice it and dice it any which way you can, because I think it depends on the sample size for whatever geography you're defining as well. You want to make sure that you have enough samples or observations to make some conclusions as well. So that's important as well, how thin you slice the data.
In the,
Can I just add what you asked the question
Sure.
about the cities? Basically, their job was to look at the regional, as Jesse mentioned, but like Model Lot was, we look at each cities, not just city of Cleveland. Obviously, the major one is the city of Cleveland, but others, and then we go look at the weighted data, see whether those matches with what we have got on probably looking at the 85 cities and see what matches or not in terms of the important factors like car ownership and trips, the type and trip rates and this kind of thing. But we have to get the whole comprehensive data, then, as Jesse mentioned, dice and make it smaller to each community.
to Director DeRosa's point, if we know that, for instance, that we have 70% of households in the city of Cleveland headed up by our single parent households, was there a demographic question, for instance, on the point of whether a household is a single parent household?
Yeah, so we what we call rostering each member in the household. So if it's a one-person household or two-person household, we get information about each person, their age, their school status, all of those details. So that information can certainly be parsed out based on variables that we collected within the survey. So for sure we can do that. I mean, highly detailed information that we collected about each household. For sure, yeah.
I said it was so detailed that I know we had some complaints that it was too intrusive.
Yes, and this is what happens. I mean, it's certainly vital information for travel demand forecasting and modeling and planning, and you want to make sure that you get a representative sample. So for sure, yeah, I mean, we ask about where each child goes to school, the address of the school, where the person works, their address of their work, household income, number of vehicles, details about each vehicle in the household, and then all of the details about each trip that they make. Who did they travel with within the household? You know, which vehicle was used, where did they go, specific addresses, time left, time arrived. I mean, all of those details are in the data set.
Again, I just add one, if you notice from the data, we collected about 1%, 8,000. Usually 10, 12 years ago, it was 0.5%, and most of the MPOs collect 0.5%, but I asked these guys to push it and forget 1%. But if you look at the data on the slides, there was 8,000 complete response, but it was a 16,000 data which covers some of these socioeconomic in the beginning, because the questions they asked, some of the people answered the question, but they didn't respond to the rest of it, and they let it, you know, they didn't want to, they didn't have time or they didn't want to that. So there's a difference. Those has got those questions. You are asking about the type of households in terms of the, you know, single person or apart from transportation, socioeconomic data. That's another information we have.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or discussion? I know we're running short on time. Okay, well, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
We look forward to learning more in the upcoming quarter. Is there any, are there any reports or updates? Is there any old business? Is there any new business? Is there a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn by Commissioner Regovich, second by, was that Director Zamp? Okay.
Mayor Snyder.
Oh, Mayor Snyder. Okay, well, they're all
Oh,
over.
Could have been Eric as well.
That's okay. Super. All those in favor of adjournment? Any opposed? We're adjourned. We will see you back here on April 11, 2025, 11:30 here at NOAC offices.
I have the opposite problem. I can see distant, I can see close.